Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Do-Jung Park, today's MC. Now, NAMOK-KFCR KCA Joint Meeting Seoul International Cancer Symposium begins. First, Professor Gyu-Chang Wang, the President of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, will make an opening address. Professor Wang, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 2022 Seoul International Cancer Symposium, which is a joint meeting of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, NAMOK, Korea Foundation for Cancer Research, KFCR, and Korea Cancer Association, KCA. Cancer affects our society in every aspect, even to the smallest communities, and that means every member of society needs to be a part of what we are aiming for. Therefore, I'm delighted to open today's Cancer Symposium with you, experts in cancer care and public health, as well as patient support group and scientists, all with one common goal, bringing optimal cancer care in practice. With your invaluable experience and unique perspective, each of you plays a vital role in this effort, and this is exactly the type of collaboration we need to make concrete and lasting changes. In total, around 274,000 new cancer cases and 81,000 cancer deaths have been expected to occur in Korea in this year, 2022, bringing devastating news along with fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. On top of this, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a tremendous impact on cancer care and treatment. Fortunately, however, data show that both cancer screening and care volumes began to rebound soon after the pandemic's early shock phase, which ended in late 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your approach, aligning your emphasis on global cancer burden and advances in technologies to accelerate cancer cure in 21st century, along with implementation of new public policies and new technologies in Korean medical system. We seek to improve fundamental capacity for cancer care by ensuring that investments in technologies for cancer diagnosis and treatment be a part of a comprehensive national plan. In addition to your operational role within your respective institutions, the Seoul International Cancer Symposium, NAMOK-KFCR KCA Joint Meeting, will garner international attention, generate resources, and build collaboration. And with that, I wish you all a productive and insightful event. Thank you for your attention.
Next, I'd like to invite Professor Yoon-Ok An, the chairman of the Korean Foundation for Cancer Research, for a welcome address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for participating with us in this international symposium. On behalf of the Korean Foundation for Cancer Research, KFCR, I would like to warmly welcome you in the Seoul International Cancer Symposium, SICS, or as a by name, the joint meeting of the KFCR, the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, NAMOK, and the Korea Cancer Association, KCA. The KFCR was founded in 1988 and has held annually the Seoul International Cancer Symposium since 1990 as a scientific meetings which contribute to the activation of cancer researches in Korea as well as international collaborations. In addition, the SICS has been co-hosted with the NAMOK since 2018. I'm very happy, pleased to have such co-host of this symposium. As you can refer to the program, the main theme of today's meeting is bringing optimal cancer care in practice. Some central issues and topics on those areas, such as global cancer burden in 21st century and recent advance in biotechnology to accelerate cancer cure, etc., will be presented and discussed. And we are very fortunate to have with us today several eminent and leading researchers and clinicians on the related area as speakers from China, France, Japan, USA, and Korea. I'd like to express my special appreciation to them for their acceptance of our invitation. And I am so happy to have the honored guest for these meetings. Finally, once again, I'd like to bid a warm-hearted welcome you all, and my special thanks go to those who have taken time out of their year-end busy schedule to participate today. I wish all of you fully enjoy today's program until the end, and the program a resounding success. Thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you, Professor An. From now on, we will start session 1, Global Cancer Burden in the 21st Century. Professor Yoonok An and Professor Jiyeon Lee will chair the first session. Please.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the session 1 of this symposium. I'm delighted to have opportunity to chair this session together with the Dr. Jiyeon Lee by my side. In this session, titled as Global Cancer Burden in 21st Century, we will 4 presentations regarding cancer burden or cancer care system. And we have allocated 20 minutes to each presentation. So each speaker will give his or her presentation in 15 to 17 minutes. After that, we'll open the floor and online to take questions and comments, if any, from the audience for 3 to 5 minutes. And finally, for the comprehensive discussion, a separate section as the last one will be open for 20 minutes. Well, From now on, I'll chair the first two presentations, and then Dr. Lee, by my side, will chair the last two presentations. And lastly, Dr. Lee and me, both Dr. Lee and me, will chair the discussion section. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Jin-Young Park from France, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC WHO. Introducing her briefly, she obtained her Master of Science from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and her PhD in epidemiology from University of Cambridge, UK. She works now as a lead scientist of the gastric cancer prevention team at the IARC in Lyon, France. The title of her presentation today is Current Trends of Epidemiology for Cancer, Global Overview based on GloboCan 2020. As you may know, the GloboCan 2020 is the Global Cancer Statistics 2020, which was published by IARC in September last year. Well, Dr. Park, are you ready?
Yes.
Would you please?
Thank you very much. It's such a great honor and privilege to be here, and then I thank Professor Yang and Park for the kind invitation. So my name is Jin-Young Park, and I'm working as a scientist at the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is the specialized cancer agency of the WHO. We are based in Lyon, France, and then we basically closely work with WHO. So it's a really great honor to be part of basically Seoul International Cancer Symposium. And today I'm going to speak about current trends of epidemiology for cancer. So here's the outline of my presentation. The main topic is, of course, to provide an overview of the global burden of cancer, but I thought that it's a great opportunity also to introduce you all about the mission of IARC and then our relationship with WHO. So the International Agency for Research on Cancer is the cancer agency of the World Health Organization. So we are part of WHO. And then the objective of the IARC is to promote the international collaboration in cancer research. And the agency is interdisciplinary and bringing together the skills in epidemiology, laboratory sciences, and biostatistics to identify the causes of cancer so that the preventive measures may be adopted. And then the burden of disease, of course, will be reduced. So a significant feature of the IARC is its expertise in coordinating research across countries and organizations. And our independent role as an international organization facilitates basically this activity across the different countries. So the agency has a particular interest in conducting research in low and middle-income countries through partnerships and collaborations with researchers in these regions. And then we are a global reference for cancer information, as I will show you after about the GloboCan 2020 data. And then we also work on causes and prevention of cancer. And we also have a global cancer biobank, and we produce evidence-based science for global cancer control policies. So IARC was initially established by 7 core member states, and then it has since grown to have 27 participating states, actually like around this table today. And these partnerships strengthens the IARC's capacity in international cooperation. And as you can see, the Republic of Korea joined the IARC in 2006. And then the latest member is China, which which joined the IARC last year. So the close working relationship between IARC and its our parent organization, WHO, allows our research findings to be translated effectively into timely policies for cancer control. So IARC conducts the research that provides the scientific evidence base for the development of cancer prevention and control policies, while WHO's role is to effectively translate the scientific evidence of the agency into timely policies and cancer control. So why is IARC's mission on research on cancer prevention so important? Because as you know, and thanks to the research, we know that up to 50% of all cancers can be prevented, provided that evidence-based effective preventive strategies can be implemented effectively. So the best way to prevent cancer is to identify and understand the causes and evaluate their interventions. So in terms of the research activities, IARC is structured into 8 different branches. As you can see all here, we have nutrition and metabolism, environment and lifestyle, cancer surveillance, early detection, infections, and prevention, where I belong, and epigenomics and genomics. We also have laboratory support, biobanking, and evidence synthesis and classification, and learning and capacity building. Actually 8 branches, and then with the laboratory as a supportive role for the research. So I also can give you later some other very well-known IARC's work, but today I could make basically the one very good example of the cancer surveillance unit's work by providing you the global overview of the cancer burden. So where do we stand in terms of cancer burden in the world? The most commonly occurring cancers include breast, lung, colorectal, prostate, and stomach cancers. Breast cancer with more than 2.26 million new cases occurred in 2020. And basically the most commonly, the common death from cancer include from lung, colorectal, liver, stomach, and breast cancers. So so basically there were 19.3 million new cancer cases were estimated to occur in 2020, while 9.9 million deaths were estimated in 2020. And breast cancer basically has become the most commonly diagnosed cancer in the world, overtaking lung cancer. And an estimated 2.3 million new cases with 685,000 deaths were estimated in 2020. As you all very well know, that there's a significant geographical variation in cancer incidence and mortality worldwide. As you can see, the darker color has a higher incidence, while the lighter color shows the lower incidence. And then same, basically in terms of cancer mortality, there's also a lot of variation geographically. The top countries for incidence rate include Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, US, Denmark, and the Netherlands. However, the biggest burden in terms of the number of incidence cases comes from the countries like China, and then US, India, Japan, and Germany. Likewise, the top 10 countries for the mortality rate include Mongolia, Serbia, Hungary, Montenegro, Slovakia. And the biggest burden in terms of the number of deaths come from, again, the countries, the large countries like China, India, US, and Japan, and Russia. This color-coded graph shows many countries in the world have cancer as a leading cause of premature death. So basically, the light blue shows the leading cause of premature death would be CVD, when the CVD, the cardiovascular disease, was the first and cancer second. And then this darker blue indicates cancer is first, and then cardiovascular is the second. Second leading cause. And then there's the orange color, which is when cardiovascular disease and cancer rank in the top 3. So this basically shows that many countries in the world have a cancer as a leading cause of premature death. And then so basically CVD and cancer were the leading causes in 127 countries, with the cardiovascular leading in 70 countries and cancer leading in 57 countries. So based on the 2020 IARC estimates, the global cancer burden is projected to rise from 90.3 million to 30.2 million new cases in 2040. So with an extreme, the scenario of a 1.5% global increase in incidence rates, this would lead to this is the doubling of the burden to 39 million cases by 2040. And then the next version of the Global Can 2022 estimates will be available by the end of this year. And we are working towards publishing the data soon. So all these figures for global burden of cancer are alarming. And so it is basically time to act. Given this estimate of the enormous personal and also societal losses due to premature death, and the fact that up to half of all the cancer cases could be prevented, the prevention is the key response to tackling the cancer epidemic. So IARC's projections also show that the greatest increases in terms of cancer burden are predicted to occur in low and middle-income countries. So the largest absolute numbers are predicted, of course, in countries with a high Human Development Index, or HDI here, followed closely by countries with a medium HDI. However, the most of the future increases in the number of new cancers, actually in relative terms, can be expected in countries with the lowest HDI values, because as you can see, there will be a 400% increase is predicted. And then compared to a slower rise predicted in those with very high HDI values. And this chart shows the estimated evolution in incidence of the 6 most common cancer types. So the largest increases are predicted for colorectal and breast cancers, from 1.8 million to 4.7 million expected in 2070 for colorectal. And then 2.1 is doubling the number of the cases for the breast cancer by 2070, with the 4.4 million new cases estimated. These cancers are closely followed by lung and prostate cancers. And then by contrast, the stable trend in incidence are observed for stomach and cervix cancers. So the figures for global burden of cancer are basically just telling us that it is really time to act. And so basically the IARC's mission is cancer research for cancer prevention. And then we are working towards the prevention of those cancers which are preventable. So with all these important statistics and information generated by the Cancer Surveillance Unit, of course in collaboration with global partners, I also wanted to highlight our efforts for knowledge mobilization. So this includes IARC monograph program, which is a core element of the agency's portfolio of the activities, with international expert working groups evaluating the evidence of the carcinogenicity of specific exposures. Last year, we celebrated the 50th the anniversary of the monographs with more than 1,000 agents evaluated for carcinogenicity, and 400 agents have been classified as carcinogenic to humans. Secondly, the agency is committed to studying approaches for the early detection of cancer and in evaluating prevention strategies. So this is the handbook of the cancer prevention program. And lastly, you are all very familiar with it, but we call it Blue Book, right? The WHO classification of the tumors, representing the consensus on tumor classification among international experts in cancer pathology. So I would like to finish my talk by highlighting our efforts for education and training as well. So we have actually during 2020 and 2021, we had 253 early career and visiting scientists from 58 countries joined. And also, basically, they have the IAC research training and the fellowship programs, and they are actively participating in the core work of IAC. And 73 participants, and we have like regular, our signature IAC summer school in cancer epidemiology every year. And then many participants benefit from this summer school programs. We have IAC postdoctoral fellowships actually targeting the low middle income countries participants. And then we also have this separate fellowships, like specific, very specific fellowships focusing on, for example, pediatric cancers. And then also we have a different development fellowships. We also have the fellowships funded by the member states. And so we had postdoctoral fellows, for example, from Australia. So there are many different types of bilateral IAC fellowships available for the many other visiting scientists, and also early career scientists could benefit from the experiences in IAC. So we are actually in Lyon. We are based in Lyon together with Interpol as an international organization. And then there is a WHO Academy coming in soon in Lyon, so we will be very closely located with WHO Academy. And so IAC's learning programs are very basically well coordinated through the WHO Academy too. And we have many training courses and webinars, and then so therefore I think it's always our websites are very active, very timely updated, so I would like you to visit and then see what's available online. So as you saw, the cancer burden is significant and increasing, and we must act really now. And many common cancer types are amenable to prevention, and if pursued as a global partnership to address a public health problem, prevention programs also with the adequate resources and concerted actions will lead to a decrease in cancer burden. So we need to implement the existing evidence-based and cost-effective interventions in all countries. So with this, I would like to thank you for your very kind attention. And then IARC is embarking in a new phase in its history because we are moving to a new building. And the new building is called Nouveau Centre. It's in French, it's called like a new center. And so this is our new building. We will soon move in, like in January. So I really hope this place will be a place where all the international collaborations and the innovative sciences will basically be developed. So I really would like to see you there, and then of course I can collaborate a lot with the eminent researchers from Korea and all other countries. Yeah, so I look forward to that. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Brock, for your informative and insightful presentation. Now, the floor and online is open for questions and comments. For those of you who want to have any, please make sure the microphone is on. And introduce yourself first. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Wonderful overview of where we are, where we will be. And as under WHO, this your institute IARC probably has a lot of resources too. And so what I thought about is, yes, there should be some personal-based, institutional-based, but especially for me, I'm gastric cancer specialist, and gastric cancer is more like a middle-income or low-income countries disease. And now the education program, because thanks to this kind of Zoom, we can easily be connected. So I wonder whether is there any, in your current IARC some collaborating with the scientific societies. What I mean is maybe we can promote some educational program between IARC and International Gastric Cancer Association, which is the biggest umbrella for gastric cancer clinical, translational, or basic researches.
That
So,
sounds, yes.
all about
That
your
sounds
opinion.
like a fantastic idea. And then I think that sort of programs can be definitely hosted by IARC, and of course in collaboration with the important the cancer societies. And then we also are very closely working together with the WHO Academy, which is actually targeting developing such a training programs. So there are like many opportunities and possibilities that we could do that together. And for gastric cancer, as a person who is leading gastric cancer prevention programs at IARC, is that such programs have been limited because a lot of resources have been available and then invested into the cervical cancer prevention part. So, and then of course it's also the disease from the low middle income settings, and therefore those resources are really abundant, and then therefore I guess the trend that I showed you, the stabilizing trend, is actually really the achievement from all those concerted efforts. So I think gastric cancer, although it's not that, I mean, I'm hopefully tomorrow I'm going to talk a bit more about it, but it's not really the decreasing the absolute burden, like, you know, so the trend has been stabilized, yes, but the absolute burden will only increase, and then therefore more efforts need to be put into to the prevention, and such programs like will facilitate the acceleration of the reduction of gastric cancer.
Thank you.
Yes, one more question, anybody? Yes, then let me have a very simple question. Can you tell us your perspective of the so-called obesity-induced cancer?
Oh, wow, yes. That is, that's very important part of the preventable risk factor. And then actually, I just deleted one slide about obesity, and then I feel regretting about it. But basically, obesity is part of like the cancers like endometrial, like breast, and then also colorectal and other parts. And so there are many countries which are experiencing this obesity, the basically epidemic, and then so therefore the attributed fraction of the obesity for cancer is like getting really increasing. So if you actually go to the Cancer Today website, which hosts like the global CAN data, there's not only Cancer Today, but there's a cancer risk factors and then cancer trend as well, Cancer Tomorrow. And so over there, the risk factors, you have like, you know, very important information about the obesity and then infection, and then also other risk factors such as alcohol and smoking. So obesity, it has been really studied as a one single important risk factor, and then for cancer. So that is preventable, and then we basically, therefore, for IR, it is very important issue to work on. So I would like to invite you to visit the Cancer Today website for the most up-to-date information on the role of obesity for cancer burden.
Thank you, Dr. Brock. Yes, I'd like to close this presentation. Thank you, Dr. Brock, and please give her a big hand. Yes, then I'd like to invite the second speaker, Dr. Yeol Kim from the Korea, the National Cancer Center, NCC. The title of his presentation is The Excellence of the Korean Cancer Care System. Briefly introducing him, he graduated from the Seoul Internationnal University College of Medicine and got the MD in 1998. And he got MPH and PhD in preventive medicine from Seoul International University. He works now as the director of the Office of the Innovative Strategy National Cancer Center, Korea. Dr. Kim, would you please?
Thank you. Thank you very much for kind introduction for me, and it's a very honor having be here to give a chance to present on the representative Korean achievement of cancer control and the excellence of Korean cancer care systems. I want to excuse my limitation in today's talk. I will present on today's topic on the excellence of Korean cancer care system, mainly focus on national level systems. Please understand, I do not include the expert level and hospital levels and excellence of research achievement also. And also, please understand, not so fluent English than Jinyoung Park. Let's move to talk. I want first present on cancer statistics in Korea. This slide shows the trends in major causes of death in Korea. You can see cancer has been the dominantly leading cause of death in Korea compared to other deadly diseases, include heart disease and cardiovascular disease and diabetes and liver disease. But fortunately, very recently, the cancer mortality is slightly decreased. This slide shows the cumulative risk of cancer in Korea to life expectancy. About 40% of male and 35% in male has a possibility to get the cancer in lifelong. The increase of life expectancy also can cause increase of cancer incidence. This slide shows a major cancer site in Korea. In male, lung cancer is the most common cancer type, and stomach cancer and colorectal cancers are followed. In female, breast cancer is the number one cancer, and thyroid cancer and colorectal cancer is the second and third cancer. This slide shows the trend in major cancers in Korean female by age standardized rate. You can see very dynamic changes in thyroid cancer incidence in Korea. You may know some argument about issues about overdiagnosis of thyroid cancer in Korea, and we announced the guideline about the diagnosis and control, prevent overdiagnosis, and some incidents are rapidly decreased and recently again increasing. And breast cancer in female has been continuously increased, and stomach cancer and lung cancer is recently slightly decreasing. In male, stomach cancer has been number one cancer in male in Korea, but the stomach cancer has been decreasing, and lung cancer is stationary, and colorectal cancer has been increased rapidly and recently slightly decreased. And you can see prostate cancer and thyroid cancer has been increasing in male in Korea. 5-year relative survival rates of cancers are rapidly increased in Korea from in 20 years ago, about 40% to recently over 70%. It's a main achievement of Korean cancer control systems, I think. When we compare the 5 years relative survival rate with the other industrialized countries, with the USA, UK, and Japan, you can see stomach cancer survival rate is world number one or most higher more higher than the other countries, and colorectal cancers, breast cancers, cervical cancers are very high survival rates. These cancers include target in national cancer screening. And breast cancer still increasing the survival rates in Korea. To achieve this like high cancer survival rates in Korea, I give some background in Korean systems. Firstly, about the Cancer Control Act enacted in 2003. This slide shows a brief history of current national actions against Korea cancers in Korea. In 1996, the first 10-year plan for cancer control was planned, and 2000 National Cancer Center Act promulgated, and 2001 National Cancer Center opened, and in 2002 National Cancer Screening Program was started. 2003 Cancer Control Act promulgated, and the 2003 second 10-year plan for cancer control started, and 2016, 2021, the cancer control plan was revised. And last year, 2021, National Cancer Data Center opened in Korea. This like a cancer control plan in national levels are developed, and we start to and try to implementing well about the plan and evaluate the cancer control plans. This like a feedback systems make evidence for cancer control by evidence and feedback, I think. To support this like a government level, national level cancer control plan, Korean National Cancer Center was organized. Organizations are comprised of Cancer Research Institute and Cancer Care Model Hospital and National Cancer Control Institute and Graduate School of Cancer Science and Policies. I work in the Office of Innovation Studies. And this like a 4 institutes make a synergy. They include the research and patient care and support for the national cancer control programs and policies and education training. I would like to in detail national cancer control program in Korea. Second 10-year plan for national cancer controls goals for reducing of cancer burden from primary prevention and early detections by screening and symptomatic patients to give excellence diagnosis and treatment. And we also make a system to support the palliative care for terminal cancer patients by education and advocacies and evaluation and expanding capacity and financial supporting. First, starting is make infrastructures for cancer care. First setting is a national cancer center and government designated 12 regional cancer centers to support all-round cancer care systems improving. And the other importance, we know the fact by cancer registries. We have more than 200 collaboration hospitals for registration of central cancer registries, and near 100% of new cancer cases are registered to central cancer registry in Korea. And we developed the evidence-based prevention cancer prevention code and announced and publicly many times the 10 action codes of cancer prevention includes avoid smoking and sufficient consumption of fruit and vegetables, and limit salt intake, and avoid alcohol consumption, and maintain physical activities, and maintain body weight, and routine checkup the cancer screening. This like prevention code and include the guidelines and disseminate this like materials and campaigns we conducted, and we also conduct a smoking quinine services for smoking cessation major cause of cancer. And for cancer communication with the public, the National Cancer Information Center was running by web pages and call centers, and the web page give many of education materials and booklets, videos, and letters on the public homepage by free. Second, national level important efforts, I think, cancer screening program is a very unique and expanded excellence program in Korea, I think. National Cancer Screening Program target to the major cancers in Korea: stomach, liver, colorectal cancer, and breast and cervical cancer in women. Recently, we started the lung cancer screening, world firstly, to target the high-risk smoking groups by low-dose CT scans. This slide shows a brief history of a national cancer screening program in Korea. We started first in 1999 for only Medicaid persons, but from 2002, we expand this like stomach, breast, and cervical cancer screening to all the population in Korea. Liver cancer include for high-risk population was included in 2003, and colorectal cancer screening by fecal immunochemical test was initiated in 2004. And the screening cost was reduced from half to 20%, and recently only 10%. And from 2008, we developed quality control guidelines for cancer screening and published and disseminated. And recently, we revised some guidelines, interval over colorectal cancers, interval over liver cancers, and starting ages for cervical cancer screening. And from 2019, lung cancer screening was included in national cancer screening programs for high-risk smokers. This slide shows organized cancer screening program in Korea, how the financial support. Many financial supports by on national health insurance. Korean national health insurance covered the old people in Korea, and income level. Have higher levels need to 10% of deductible money, means out-of-pocket money for cancer screening, national cancer screening program, and low-income groups provide the national cancer screening program by free. This slide shows a participation rate of national cancer screening programs. You can see about half of target populations are received the national cancer screening. I think very high, but can be higher than in the future. But recently, due to COVID-19, the participation rate is slightly decreased. This slide shows cancer screening rates with recommendations. Recommendation means we recommend to 40 or more adults get stomach cancer within interval 2 years. that we surveyed 4,000 nationwide. Then we get this like smoking cancer screening participation rate include national cancer screening and private screening. In this data, you can see many of Korean populations, so more than 75% of Korean populations get the stomach cancer screening, and more than 70% of Korean population get a colorectal cancer screening, and more about 60% of Korean women get a breast and cervical cancer screening. Sorry. And we evaluate, try to make effort to quality control cancer screening units and disseminate the guideline, develop guideline and disseminate the education and evaluate the quality controls. And recent initiate the lung cancer screening, we use AI-based lung cancer screening quality control system with in the network and cloud systems world firstly. This like a Korean national cancer screening programs achieved many of the effectiveness to detect early cancer stages, cancers, and the reduced mortalities and the cost effectiveness. Cancer survivorship would need to comprehensive care for symptom management and community controls and prevention, secondary disease and immunization for cancer patients, and promote health behavior, include smoking cessation and healthy drinking, and life quality improvement for include psychosocial well-being and job return. For cancer, can you see me? A multidisciplinary cancer care clinics are model to cancer care, and this like total cancer survivorship was supported by government, and especially support government to support the cancer patients of treatment burden. Korean National Health Insurance covered the cancer treatment cost, cancer totally. So cancer patients need only 5% of out-of-pocket money for certified cancer treatment. Very excellent system, I think. Palliative care for cancer treatment, terminal cancer patients providing increasing from 10% to 23% recently for the terminal cancer patients. I would like to finally about the cancer big data and future in Korea. President Biden and USA President announced the cancer moonshot reignited in 2000 this year to reduce the cancer death rate by at least 5% over the next 25 years by big data and improving the research. And Korea, very excellent infrastructures of healthcare data, including public site and private site, including clinical data and omics data, imaging data, and cancer registry data, and national screening data. So, National Cancer Data Center was designated last year by MOH, and National Cancer Center operate the National Cancer Data Centers. Our goal is to collect high quality and high value cancer data and improve data integrations and accelerate the cancer research through the cancer big data and AI. The National Cancer big data include the clinical data and cancer public data and multi-omics data, genomics and proteomics and imaging data. The data linkage collection and build an open platform to support the research and cancer care and educations and industries. This like developing big cancer data maybe very important infrastructure to support cancer research and cancer care in future, including quality control and make policies and cancer prognosis expectations and prediction about drug responses and AI researchers. You may heard about this news is world best specialized hospitals announced in Newsweek. 6 hospitals in Korea is ranked above the 50 hospitals in the world. I think this like Korean excellencies will be more going on by this like Korean systems, cheap cost and big data and cancer prevention and screening expansions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for your sincere and excellent presentation. Now, the floor and online is open for the short questions and comments. Yes.
Thank you very much. This is such an excellent overview. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to double check with you whether this lung cancer screening program, actually it was implemented as a pilot, and then is it now fully implemented as a?
Yeah.
Okay.
We conducted a pilot project in 2017 to 2018, so 2 years, and we evaluate the achievement, and we launched the national program.
And then the pilot program was, the successful in terms of?
Successful means detect early stage of lung cancer and reduce the false positive and harms.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes. No more? Last, let me have the one questions. Yes, your title is the Korean Cancer Care System.
Yeah.
But actually, you present the cancer control system.
Yeah.
Which word is more proper? Care or control?
So at beginning my presentation, I'm excused about my limitation of presentation. It's about nation level systems, and I cannot include the individual experts level and hospital levels and research levels. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, then I'd like to close this presentation. And from now on, the Dr. Ji-Yoon Lee, by my side, will take the chairpersonships.
Hi, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Masanori Terashima from Japan. He's the Deputy Director of Division of Gastric Surgery at Shizuoka Cancer Center in Japan. He graduated from Iwate Medical University and received MD and PhD from the same university and has been the director for a long time. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Kyu Chang-won and Professor Yoon-uk An and the organizing committee for inviting me to this wonderful meeting. Today, I will talk about the excellence of Japanese cancer control, especially on JCOG. I'd like to a little bit focus on the clinical trial research. This trial demonstrates the changes in the crude mortality rate by major cause of death in Japan. As you can see here, cancer became the leading cause of death in 1981. Currently, 370,000 people die of cancer, which is about 1/3 of all mortality in Japan. This slide shows the incidence of developing cancer in lifetime. In male, 1 in 2 will contact cancer, and in female, 1 in 3 will contact cancer in their lifetime. Changes in 5-year relative survival rate for cancer is shown in this slide. Advances in cancer treatment, such as radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and surgery, have been remarkable, and survival rates are increasing. However, there still was substantial heterogeneity among the regions in Japan. So in order to equalize the cancer treatment all over Japan, nationwide initiative had been considered to be mandatory. History of cancer control in Japan are shown in this slide. As I mentioned, cancer became the leading cause of death in 1981. In response to these results, comprehensive 10-year strategy for cancer control had been started in 1984. This strategy had been revised to the new 10-year strategy to overcome cancer in 1994. And then the third term comprehensive 10-year strategy for cancer control had been initiated in 2004. In this third term comprehensive 10-year cancer control strategy, promotion of cancer prevention, promotion of cancer research, and improved social environment with improving cancer medical care and support were raised as the priority items in order to show substantial decrease in the prevention and death of cancer. Based on this strategy, the Cancer Control Act was enacted in 2006 and implemented in 2007, and the basic plan to promote cancer control programs was established in 2007. This slide demonstrates the principles of Cancer Control Act. In order to promote cancer control comprehensively and systematically, basic plan to promote cancer control programs are established by Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, and then prefectural plan to promote cancer control is established in each prefecture in Japan. This act consists of three major columns, namely cancer prevention and early detection, equalization of cancer medical service, and research promotion. This slide shows the overview of a basic plan to promote cancer control program. The goal of this program are reduction of cancer death in 20% and reduction of burden among cancer patients and their families, improvement of QOL. In order to achieve these goals, designated cancer care hospital was arranged in every medical district. It's around 400 in Japan, and promotion of chemotherapy and radiotherapy, palliative cancer training, and cancer registry are performed. In addition, for early detection of screening rate was set at 50%, and smoking prevalence among under age 20 was set at 0%. In order to accelerate the Cancer Registry Promotion Act was enacted in 2013. Under this law, all hospitals and designated clinics should report cancer incidence information to prefectural government. Mobility information matched and organized by prefectural government is notified to the national government, National Cancer Center, and is further matched and organized by the National Cancer Registry database of the National Cancer Center, and simultaneously with death certificate information notified by municipalities as vital statistics to the national government. Cancer morbidity and death information obtained in Japan is centrally managed by the Japanese government to enhance the provision of information about cancer treatment and prevention and take measures for cancer control based on scientific findings. In 2014, to promote cancer research, 10-year strategy for cancer research has been established. The strategic goal is to achieve overall goal of the basic plan by realizing the aims of radical cure, prevention of cancer, and improve life with cancer through comprehensively and systematically promoting research on cancer. There are 8 specific research concerns as shown in this slide. In order to efficiently distribute the research fund, Agency of Medical Research and Development, AMED, has been established in 2015. I will talk about AMED later. In 2018, the third-term basic plan to promote cancer control program has been implemented. This slide demonstrates the outline of the third-term basic plan to promote cancer control programs. Overall goal is people, including cancer patients, learn and overcome cancer. There are 4 major sections, such as cancer prevention, improvement of cancer care, coexisting with cancer, and improvement of life structure. As a measure for improvement of cancer care, cancer genomics, cancer rehabilitation, rare and refractory disease, childhood cancer, and cancers of adolescent young adult aya generation are listed. The detail of cancer genome medicine will be presented by Professor Yoshino in later session today. In addition, in this third-term basic plan, further measures are taken for cancer control based on these policies of cancer prevention, improvement of cancer care, and coexistence with cancer. The draft budget in 2022 is 35.4 billion Japanese yen. I'd like to demonstrate several measures before and after program. This slide shows the age-adjusted mortality. In male, age-adjusted mortality peaked at the 1990s and then gradually decreasing. In female, age-adjusted mortality decreased from 1960s. Pancreas cancer and uterine cancer are the only cancer increasing in the mortality. Similarly, age-adjusted incidence rate are shown in this slide. In both male and female, incidence rate has been increasing until 2010 and then turned to gradually decreasing. Increasing cancer type are esophagus, pancreas, prostate, malignant lymphoma in male, and esophagus, colorectum, pancreas, lung, uterus, ovary, and malignant lymphoma in female. Cancer prevention and screening for these type of cancer will be required. Similarly, 5-year survival rate in each cancer type in these 3 decades are shown in this slide. 5-year survival rate are dramatically increasing, probably due to the screening system and improvement of treatment. This slide shows a trend in smoking prevalence. Smoking prevalence has been decreasing. However, it has not been reached at 12%, which is a goal until 2022. With regard to the cancer screening, people who received cancer screening is increasing in each type of cancer. However, it has not been reached to 50%, which is the goal of this act, except for lung cancer in female. Then I'd like to talk about AMED. The Japan Agency for Medical Research and Development was established in 2015 for the advancement of medical discoveries. Working beneath the Prime Minister's cabinet and national ministries, AMED provides a single window for researchers and institutions seeking funding for medical research and development. To ensure the best chance of beneficial research outcomes, AMED assigned program directors to each of 9 key fields and program supervisors and program officers to each program within the field. For example, the major field we usually apply is practical research for innovative cancer control system. Program supervisor is Professor Hotta, who is a prior president of National Cancer Center Hospital. For the research topic of developing the new standard of cancer therapy, program officer is Professor Sano at Cancer Institute Hospital, will be tomorrow, and Professor Furuse at Kanagawa Cancer Center. AMED supports 2,416 projects, including 332 projects aimed at the achievement of medical technology and standard of care. The total amount of grant from AMED was 127.1 billion Japanese yen in 2019. Among them, 16.3 billion Japanese yen was provided for cancer research. So currently in Japan, AMED is almost the only source of public funding for cancer research. I'd like to move to the topic of JCOG. This slide demonstrates the structure of JCOG. The Japan Clinical Oncology Group is the largest Japanese cooperative cancer study group and is funded primarily by the National Cancer Center Research and Development Fund and Japan Agency for Medical Research and Development, AMED. AMED is not exclusive, but JCOG is the largest AMED Research Fund recipient. We have a total of 45 projects supported by AMED. I'm now serving as the chairman of JCOG Stomach Cancer Study Group following Professor Sasako. Stomach Cancer Study Group is one of the largest study groups in JCOG, consisting of 64 institutions. This slide demonstrates a developing map in JCOG Stomach Cancer Study Group for stage 1 to 3 gastric cancer. ESD trial, minimally invasive surgery trials, perioperative chemotherapy trials are conducted. This slide shows the treatment developing map for special type of tumor such as extensive nodal disease, squamous type of cancer, HER2-positive tumor, and EG junction cancer. In this special type of cancer, neoadjuvant chemotherapy trials are conducted. This is also a developing map for elderly patients. ESD trial and adjuvant chemotherapy trial are conducted. In JCOG, group activity is evaluated by JCOG members in every December. Number and quality of clinical trials, achievements such as publication and grant, group activation strategy, and the future goals are presented in the JCOG general meeting. I'd like to show you the activity of stomach cancer study group. In concerning with the clinical trial, we are now conducting 5 clinical trials of our own team and 3 intergroup trials. Most of these are the phase 3 trials. In addition, we are currently planning 3 clinical trials. 2 trials are now under protocol preparation, and this is EG junction tumor and squamous type of cancer. And 1 is under evaluation of protocol concept. This is a conversion surgery trial. In terms of publication, we published a total of 11 publications in this year. Most of them are the papers of secondary endpoint or supplementary analysis. In this year, Congress presentation is not so much due to the pandemic of COVID-19. Usually we have several papers in international meetings such as ASCO or ESMO. In next year's ASCO GI meeting, we will present 6 papers from stomach cancer study group. We got the 3 grants from AMED. This is average in JCOG study group. In addition to AMED grant, we also have a grant from National Cancer Center, around 10 million Japanese yen per year. Contribution to the guidelines is also a very important role. Japanese gastric cancer treatment guidelines has been updated to 6th edition. English version has been published last month. In this guidelines, a total of 15 articles are cited from JCOG stomach cancer study group. This is the highest number in the JCOG study group. In order to improve the group activity, we hold group meeting 3 times per year and core meeting every month. We established a young investigators group to encourage young doctors. They propose a new clinical trial, perform supplementary analysis, and write many papers, as I showed before, make public relations activities, and networking with 40 young investigators. In addition, patient-public involvement are also a very important issue. We senior members extensively educate and support young investigators group with fostering basic skill and practical skill and supporting to make up a new protocol. This is an example of young investigators group achievement. They made our own homepage and disseminating the information via Facebook and Twitter. This is an example of patient-public involvement. We are now collaborating with patients group Kibou no Kai in Japan. We organize a meeting and discuss about the design and the role of clinical trials with patients. Oh, I'm sorry. This is our future plan. We are now collaborating with the EORTC and will make some combined analysis in HER2-positive cancer and oligometastasis. This is an evaluation of group activity in last year. We are ranked as 3rd following colorectal cancer study group and lung cancer study group. This year's evaluation is coming up in 2 weeks, so I'm a little bit nervous now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude my presentation as follows. Mortality rate by cancer has been gradually decreasing, suggesting the efficacy of Cancer Control Act in Japan. However, the screening rate and smoking rate are still unsatisfactory, and further improvement is anticipated. In the future, patient support, including employment assistance, measures against pediatric or higher generation cancer, and genome medicine will be the major issue of cancer control. JCOG should conduct well-designed clinical trials to establish standard treatment in Japan. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your insightful lecture, and I would like to congratulate you for the successful network of JCOG. We are now open for any questions from the floor.
Yeah, This is a Yang from Seoul National University Hospital. Oh, congratulations. Yes, Professor Terashima, you demonstrate real textbook-like program, especially government-driven, and especially spend a lot of resource to supporting surgical studies.
Yes.
Because development of new chemotherapeutic agents are driven by commercial companies, medical industry. So probably this is the reason why Japanese government divert resource on rather surgical studies, and you demonstrate those outcomes became world level evidence for treatment. And this is why actually our organizing committee invite you to here. And you heard our Korean control program or activity, and you have many visits to Korea. So any advice from your point of view to Korean government, or especially AMED, that's really not only Japanese investigators worldwide, it's supporting. So Korean government try to move from to the high level of OECD, but how about your suggestion?
I think even in Japan, it used to be very difficult to get a fund from the ministry. There are several ministries, MHLW or education and supporting something like that. And but in 2015, we unified the funding providers. Email. Maybe the Professor Sano is a good person to answer your question. But I'd like to suggest to Korean government to make some funding foundation and organize the public funding resource and provide it to the institution or investigators. It's a good way to promote the research.
Yeah, we actually have a separate foundation, but also some funding go through National Cancer Center. So maybe we have to study your program too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Terashima, I have very simple questions. You show us in Japan, the cancer mortality is reducing, but the cancer incidence is increasing.
No. It turned to decrease after 10 years before.
It
Turned to decreasing.
decrease
From
also.
2010. Yes.
But in your slides,
age-adjusted incidence is decreasing recently.
yes,
Yeah, here.
yes,
From
increasing.
2010, it turned to decrease.
Just to turn down, but during the past certain years,
Yes,
the
yes, yes.
mortality is reducing, but the incidence
Incidence
is
is
increasing.
Yes.
What is your interpretation?
Because early detection is increasing, so we have many early stage 1 cancer, so that we have many patients, but mortality is decreasing. So the screening program is very efficient, I think.
Do you have the survival data for the cancer or the survivorship data? Maybe one of the explanation for the difference between the mortality
Yeah,
and
survival data is,
increasing.
as I showed you, the increasing, as similar to the Korean data. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we are running behind the schedule, so thank you very much for your insightful lecture again. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next speaker. He's the last speaker of this session. I would like to welcome Dr. Jiafu Ji from China. He's the director of Beijing University Cancer Hospital. Briefly, he has been the director of Beijing Office for Cancer Prevention and Control since 2012, and he's the president of Peking University Cancer Hospital since 2011. Unfortunately, he couldn't fly in and join us in person for this meeting, but he has joined us live, so he will be available for Q&A session after his lecture. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jia Fuji from Peking University and the Vice President of China Anti-Cancer Association. According arrangement, I will give you a brief introduction of Chinese cancer care system. I will introduce is from following 4 aspects: epidemiology, history, screening, and treatment. With the population expanding and aging worldwide, cancer is primary cause of premature death and decreasing life expectancy in many countries. According to Global Can 2020 database, there were about 90 million new cases and nearly 10 million deaths worldwide in 2020. As for the age standards rate, China ranked 65 with incidence and 13 with mortality. Both are above global average. China accounted for 24% of all newly diagnosed cases and 30% of cancer deaths and worldwide, in part due to China's large population. This table illustrates that leading cancer type in male was lung cancer, account for 38% of male lung cancer worldwide. As for female, leading type is breast cancer, account for more than 18% breast cancer worldwide. Gastrointestinal cancer, including stomach, colon, rectal, liver, esophageal cancer, account for a huge burden of cancer incidence and mortality in China. For male, this cancer ranked as top 2 to 5 cancer types, just following lung cancer, and nearly 41% of new gastrointestinal cancer cases worldwide diagnosis in China, and 47% of deaths of gastrointestinal cancer were in China. Diagram of incidence and the mortality of different cancer sites in 2016. Lung cancer was the most common cancer for both sexes, which account for about 20% of all new cancer cases, followed by colorectal, stomach, liver, and female breast cancer. About 2.4 million people died from cancer in China, and lung cancer was the most common cause of cancer death for both sexes, followed by liver, stomach, and colorectal and esophageal cancer. There are significant differences among the urban and the rural area. The age standardized incidence rate for all cancer combined in urban area was higher than that in rural area, where mortality rate was lower. The red box showed cancer sites have high incidence or mortality in urban area, including breast cancer and colorectal, and the blue box shown incident mortality higher in rural areas such as stomach and esophageal and liver cancer. A research published in Lancet Global Health summarized a controllable and uncontrollable carcinogenesis factor. The most popular controllable factor where smoking, alcohol drinking, and dietary play a very vital role. More than 1 million cancer deaths in China could be prevented every year through primary cancer control measure. The population attributable fraction was higher in men than in women, with the leading risk factors being active smoking in men and the lower food intake in women. As for regional distribution, smoking is men's leading factor in all 31 provinces, where among women is higher among lower food intake and hepatitis B virus infection, smoking, excess body weight, and human papillomavirus infection. Next, I will introduce history and the prevention of cancer prevention and control. We can divide cancer prevention control in 5 phases. First, initial period in the late 1950s, higher prevalence of esophageal cancer in Linqi County show concern for primary zoo. And after that, the first China Cancer Register was established at Linzhou in 1959, when an esophageal cancer survey was done in Taihan and the area and high incident disease. In 1963, Shanghai established the first urban cancer register in China, playing on experienced cancer prevention and control in the area. High incident governments at all levels are actively engaged. During the 1970s, the first nationwide retrospective survey of cancer mortality was done, and covering 96.7% of China. The result provide a clearly picture the cancer mortality pattern and distribution characteristic all over the country. Late in 20th century, prevention and the control of cancer with highest mortality rate, for example, stomach, esophagus, were set a priority for planning. The State Council and the National Health Commission of China have issued a serial health plan since 1986. The National Health Plan offers roadmap and a manual of policy option and on cancer control. The improved cancer surveillance network provide important information for policy formulation and evaluation. Meanwhile, the second nationwide retrospective survey of cancer mortality was done in 1990 to 1992 and shown that there was an increase in cancer mortality burden for country compared with 1973. Entering 21st century with increasing policy support, we were able to conduct serial cancer screening program, first beginning in rural area and then cover urban area. Meanwhile, in 2005, China conducted a third nationwide death survey on cancer mortality. Result showed the cancer spectrum had changed, with the stomach, esophagus, and the liver cancer still remain higher. We also noticed a rapid increase in lung cancer, female breast cancer, and colorectal cancer. Since 2019, Healthy China Initiative was released by State Council of China, which draws a blueprint for cancer prevention and control with a focus disease prevention, health promotion, a new guideline proposal, 15 special campaign to intervention in health influence factor, protect full life cycle health and prevent control major disease. Cancer prevention and control campaign is one of the 15 special campaign, multi-ministerial collaboration for promote cancer screening and early diagnosis as well as improving treatment, standardization, and the declaration and the growth of cancer incidence and the mortality rates. I will introduce the specific measure for cancer screening in China. Since 2006, Chinese government has launched a number of screening programs for common cancers such as lung cancer, colorectal cancer, esophageal cancer, gastric cancer, liver cancer, breast cancer, and cervical cancer. The project with the largest coverage is cervical cancer and breast cancer screening project for rural women. Since the project was launched in 2009, it has covered more than 2,600 counties nationwide and nearly 130 million women have been screening. Screening program were with either National Cancer Center or National Health Commission, and in order to cover as much as the population in relatively short time period, and the screening measure is rather elementary and lacks statistical design. Meanwhile, according to local cancer burned province and the city, have also widely carried out cancer screening program targeting local residents. For example, Shanghai launched a population-based liver cancer, colorectal cancer screening program for local residents in 1993 and 2012. We can easily tell that all this region effort carry a huge region disparity, but considering reality of China large land area and even distribution of people, this may be only feasible option at this stage. With the continued expansion of a screening program, the center of government investment in screening has increased step by step from 42.25 billion Chinese yuan in 2007 to 68.6 billion yuan in 2017. Let's zoom in screening program for specific cancer. Zheng and his colleague carry out a multi-center population basis cluster randomized trial for esophageal and gastric cancer screening in China. The results showed compare with no high-risk area. The detection rate in high-risk area was higher, both esophagus and in stomach. The same difference was found early detect rate. For example, early detect rate for gastric cancer is 81.5% in high-risk area compared with 1/3 in control group. Endoscopic screening is more effective in high-risk area of China. This result partially explain why a nationwide program might face a same practical program. Another multi-center population-basis cohort study reviewed the effectiveness of one time of the endoscopic screening program in prevention of gastrointestinal cancer in China. The results showed compare with the subject of a control group, gastrointestinal cancer incidence and mortality decreased by 27% to 57% in screening group, respectively. Different in effectiveness of a screening were observed between the non-cardio and the cardio-gastric cancer. Result we support the benefit even from one-time screening, especially for non-cardio-gastric cancer. We still need to continue to accumulate data and relative resources that promote independent innovation and high resolution research through the collection and mining of big data. We may establish better screening program suitable for Chinese population, among which technical, especially artificial intelligence, may play an important role in screening and considering shortage of medical staff in China. AI can help implementation of quicker screening, reduce subjective omissions and error caused by personnel, which has a strong practice relevance in China at this moment. Currently, produced based on AI-assisted diagnosis of a chest CT and endoscopic image were available for clinical application. Last, I will brief cancer treatment in China. The 5-year survival rate of patients with gastric cancer diagnosis and treatment in different hospitals vary greatly. The 5-year survival rate of gastric cancer treatment in NCC and Peking University Cancer Hospital was 50.7% patient treated in region tertiary cancer center in China, and the 5-year survival was 25.3%, where patient treated in secondary hospital around China was only 5.8% after adjusted. Other factors affecting survival, different hospital levels still important for factor affecting the prognosis of gastric cancer. In order to improve ability cancer diagnosis and the treatment strengths and the standardized diagnosis and the treatment of cancer, National Health Commission of China has successfully issued guidelines for diagnosis and treatment of various cancer, including lung cancer, colon cancer, liver cancer, gastric cancer, esophageal cancer for both male and female, and the breast cancer and the cervical cancer for female. Effort has partially wrapped off Concol 3 report published to 2018 Lancet was a report during the last 20 years China survival rate. Most cancers show a clear trend for the improvement. However, the generally 5-year survival rate in China, Japan, and the US are relatively 36 and 57 and 64% respectively. There is still a large gap between China and developed country. The status quo is still not optimistic. However, to fill the gap, maybe a lesson can be learned from gastric cancer during the last 20 years, thanks to national popularization standard surgery, perioperative chemotherapy. China experienced rapid improvement of survival from gastric cancer. However, the difference compared with Japan and Korea is still large. Further attention should be paid in two directions. First is early intervention, increasing proportion of early stage patients. Second is enhancement of a multidisciplinary treatment. This is my topic today. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ji. Are you online? Hi. I think you're muted. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee. And
We are open for questions from the floor.
okay,
Hello, this is Dr. Park from Seoul International University Hospital. Thank you very much, Professor Jeff Ji, for your very comprehensive information about current status of cancer control in China. And your provincial screening program was also very impressed. I have one question about regarding lung cancer. In your slide, the incidence and mortality both are the highest in lung cancer. However, if stop smoking and such as a screening program, such as low dose chest CT, for example, low dose chest CT is very popular in Korea. So even the incidence of lung cancer is very increased. However, the mortality is decreased. So how about your plan or perspective about the lung cancer reducing the mortality?
okay, thank you. Your question is a very good question. In China, major reason is big country and education resource, economic resource, and balance. In big city like in Beijing and Shanghai and Guangdong, and now is smoking, the people or population is decreasing, and the rural area, a big country, and the rural people, their lifestyle and habit still smoking is so heavy. As now as we are screening program and some scientific basic medical education for them and quit smoking, I think is very important. Now is early diagnosis in big city and develop the area increasing, and mortality now is also decreasing now, we found. I think in future, like China's big population, government is now is very focus on and put money and screening, and I think in future we can get better for prevention or for those like lung cancer can incident rate and or mortality rate. I think in futures can be better than now.
Thank you.
Or Dr. Ji?
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Yoon Nok An, the chairman of the Korean Foundation for Cancer Research.
Yeah.
I will ask
Yeah.
very simple
Yes.
question to you.
Yeah.
Or can you tell us the actual contribution of the traditional Chinese medicine to cancer control in your country?
It's hard to see and answer the question.
in China, in our hospital, we have surveyed the patient or family. About 80% the people, Chinese people, trust the traditional medicine. I think especially the late stage patient, almost no treatment yet. Maybe they want to some magic, some method can help them. I think traditional medicine, yes, maybe you can find some element and something can help patient. It's hard to answer your question.
Well, thank you. But I just mean that, do you have any evaluation of the efficacy of the traditional Chinese medical practice or so? You have some report on evaluation of the effectiveness or efficacy of the...
In China, we also have traditional medicine medical school, and maybe for other disease, and traditional medicine can control like chronic disease, as maybe I think as a cancer, as maybe can just give patient the psychology, comfort patient, and some, I think, like control the pain and the sleeping, and some improve patient diet ability. I think so they can improve this directly anti-cancer. I don't think they can do that.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Dr. Park.
Thank you very much. My name is Jin-Young Park. I work for the International Agency for Research on Cancer. I'm also leading gastric cancer program at IARC, so I'm actually really interested in your Chinese efforts on gastric cancer prevention. And then you showed like really great efforts put into this early detection strategy, like by conducting under the upper endoscopy screening. But then I was wondering, because when you showed your slide on the primary prevention strategies, you included the fruit and vegetable intake and then other infectious agents like HPV. But I was wondering whether you also consider the H. pylori test and treat as a preventive strategy for gastric cancer, because based on your recent, the Kadri Biobank data showed that more than 80% and the 80% of the non-cardiac gastric cancer cases and then 60% of cardiac gastric cancers are attributed to H. pylori infection. So that means there's a really great potential for the strategy, I mean, to basically to be very effective for gastric cancer prevention in the country.
Yeah, thank you. Your question, and it's a good question. HP infection in Chinese population is so high, as maybe 50%, over 50%. And also we have identification HP relative to the gastric cancer. We have study in the special area over the 40 years,
Yeah.
and anti-HP can decrease the gastric cancer, and also now is in China we also have a campaign to anti-HP and combine the screening program. And I think like take more fresh food and quit smoke and smoking, and also anti-HP infection, and also gave the endoscopic screening can find early stage gastric cancer.
Thank you very much.
Oh, again, this is Yang from Seoul National. I remember, first of all, I really enjoyed your lecture. And I remember 1980s when I was resident, my teacher, J.P. Kim, when he returned from China for lecture hosted by your teacher, Professor Shi Gang-he. Yes, and he showed us about that geographic map of cancer incidence. That was impressive. In 1980s, whole your country, cancer by cancer, different incidents. That would be very important resource for your cancer control program. And my question would be first, what is your current status support for clinical trials by the government? You mentioned many different things, but specifically I want to ask you one thing and the other one is maybe all other speakers too, because this symposium content will be summarized to public through media. And so you mentioned about alcohol as a potential preventable cause, and everybody enjoys actually alcohol, and especially France, you are drinking wine every day, recommended. So we are confused. Well, how much alcohol we have to consume or should not at all? So please.
Thank you, Professor Han Gang-yang. Yeah, good question. And first thing is alcohol. I think alcohol and smoking are the same dangerous for human, but the long life and the quality of life, I think also the same. Some especially to celebrate something, we can drink a little bit. It's never have a drink. Drunk, very dangerous. This is answer your alcohol question. And now we usually tell the other people quit smoking and alcohol, especially the high degree, like in China, very dangerous, and especially for gastrointestinal cancer, very important risk reason. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ji. We really enjoyed your lecture. I think because of time issue, we have to end this session here. And thank you again for joining us live. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor Lee.
Thank you, Professor Han and Professor Lee. We will have a short break for 7 minutes. So the second session will start at 4 o'clock. Thank you. The second session is about recent advances in biotechnologies to accelerate the cancer cure. We will have Professor Han Kwang-yang and Professor Tae-Yong Kim as the chairperson. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, for this session, we are going to have speakers from Korea, or United States, and Japan. And this session is the recent advances in biotechnologies to accelerate cancer cure. We may hear more specifically each area of cancer treatment. And I will chair this session with Dr. Tae-Yong Kim, our medical oncologist at the Seoul International. And I will, let me introduce first the speaker, Min-Chan Kim. He's surgeon, faculty at the Dong-A University, and he is the current chairman of Korean Laparoscopic Gastrointestinal Study Group, CLASH, under the Korean Gastric Cancer Association. Dr. Kim will give a talk on surgery in K-medicine for cancer control. Dr. Kim, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Min-Chan Kim from Dong-A University Hospital in Busan. First of all, I'm sorry that I couldn't give you a lecture face-to-face due to my personal circumstances. I'm honored to give a lecture at great meeting. Especially thank you, Professor Yang, for the opportunity of this kind of lecture today.
Actually, today's topic is a little difficult because I don't know exact situation of all surgery, so I will talk about gastrointestinal surgery. Before today's lecture, let me introduce my home city, Busan Metropolitan City. Second biggest city of Korea, population is 3.3 million. Busan has 5 university hospitals, more than 1,000 beds of 4 medical schools. And also Busan is closer to Japan, Fukuoka, than Seoul, even to Jeju Island like this. I don't know what the evidence is, but 3 years ago, it was reported in the newspaper that Korea had the highest record in colorectal and stomach cancer treatment among OECD countries. Now, I'm going to talk about surgical clinical trial. Surgical clinical trials are much more difficult than those in the internal medicine field, like drugs. This is because the surgery performed on patients through surgical researchers is not standardized like drugs. 2 clinical trials conducted under the hypothesis that extended lymph node dissection in gastric cancer surgery would improve survival eventually failed. MRC and Dutch trial. MRC trial had too much mortality and morbidity like this. And in Dutch trial, surgeon's quality control was not conducted. In analysis for quality control of lymph node dissection, 23% of D1 group removed more lymph nodes. It's contamination. 26% of D2 group less lymph nodes. It's non-compliance. The beta cancer textbook stated that the increased operative mortality prevented identification of a potential therapeutic impact of the extended lymph node dissection in MS trial. The phenomena of non-compliance and contamination led to homogenization of two operative procedures, D1, D2, in Dutch trial. So both trials failed to prove the efficacy of D2 lymph node dissection for advanced gastric cancer. After a long time, a reanalysis collected these errors succeeded to prove the efficacy of the lymph node dissection, like this. So standardization of some surgery or procedure and the surgical quality control are very, very important in surgical clinical trial. Next, I will talk about our study group class. This is almost 20 years ago. We can find the young Professor Yang in the picture. Class was launched right here, Igonhi홀, in 2005. This is the homepage of class. When you visit here, you can see a lot of information of class. Class has a vision and mission as followed: to develop, validate, and standardize a variety of minimally invasive surgery, to publish our result in the world's leading international journal. From now on, I will introduce class trial. First, class 01, multicenter phase 3 study comparing laparoscopic assist versus open distal gastrectomy in patients with stage 1 gastric cancer. PI is Professor Hyung-ho Kim. 13 institutions participated, 1,400 patients, 5 years for patient enrollment, 5 years for survivor follow-up. Primary endpoint is 5-year overall survivor. Short-term outcome and 5-year overall survivor were reported in annual surgery and JAMA Oncology at 2016 and 2019 respectively. This is the conclusion of class 01, eligible for patients with clinical stage 1 gastric cancer, has a benefit of low recurrence of surgical complication and shows comparable overall and disease-free survival compared with conventional open distal gastrectomy for cancer. Next, class 02, prospective RCT comparing laparoscopic versus open distal gastrectomy with extended lymph node dissection for advanced gastric cancer, locally advanced gastric cancer. Surgeon's validation was required for class 02 due to the importance of lymph node dissection in patients with locally advanced gastric cancer. Therefore, we perform surgical standardization and quality control as followed. The qualification of surgeons: 3 lab, 3 open, non-edited video should be submitted, reviewed by 5 experts from domestic and international regions, and a review committee. If pass, they can join RCT, but if fail, they should resubmit new video. This is 25 international reviews. This is a checklist for video review. Finally, 19 surgeons can join RCT of class 02. Our experience was published in Annals of Surgery last year. This is the only paper on surgical standardization and the surgical quality management in surgical clinical trial. Short-term outcomes of class 02 was published in Annals of Surgery at 2019. Like class 01, the results of short-term outcome of class 02 were significantly good in the laparoscopic group in terms of complication, blood loss, hospital stay, except operation time. The correlation between class 01, class 02 result for each item is also very high. This is a long-term survival of class 02. There is no significant difference between laparoscopic and versus open group. This is a conclusion of class 02. Laparoscopic distal gastrectomy with D2 lymphadenectomy was comparable to open surgery in terms of relapse-free survival for patients with locally advanced gastric cancer. So, laparoscopic distal gastrectomy with D2 lymph node dissection could be a potential standard treatment option for locally advanced gastric cancer. Two collateral studies of class 02 have been published like this, and also several collateral studies are ongoing now. Class 03, total gastrectomy for advanced gastric cancer, study 4, PPG and DG, class 5, proximal gastrectomy and total gastrectomy, class 7, quality of life between LADG and TLDG were finished now. Ongoing class trial are here. Class 6, total gastrectomy for advanced gastric cancer. 8, laparoscopic versus open distal gastrectomy after neoadjuvant chemotherapy. 9, long limb and conventional bypass reconstruction after subtotal gastrectomy for type 2 diabetes gastric cancer patient. 10, partial versus total gastrectomy for advanced cancer. 11, nationwide survey G-junction cancer. 12, reduced port surgery versus conventional laparoscopic distal gastrectomy for the gastric cancer. Before the prospective class study, we collected retrospective data and published 12 papers in Journal of Clinical Oncology, Annals of Surgery, Annals of Surgical Oncology, and Journal of Surgical Oncology, and so on. Total impact factor of 12 paper is more than 100. Until now, 10 papers of finished class trial were reported at several international journals. Total impact factor of 10 papers is almost 150. In NCCN guideline of gastric cancer this year, minimally invasive surgery was described in only 4 lines. Among the 4 reference of MIS, 2 reference are the result of our class study, class 01, class 02. I think the most important things about surgical clinical trials are passion and devotion. But in most university hospitals in Korea, surgery resident has been insufficient. In our hospital, only 7 residents for 11 years. So we meet serious obstacle, shortage of surgery resident, shortage of fellow, and then question 2, future of class. As I know, JCOG has been established for a long time, and the clinical research on cancer treatment is well underway. JCOG is funded primarily by the National Cancer Research and Development Fund. In the past 18 years, class hardly has done a big step with 열정 pay, passions pay, in order to surgery to appeal to the world with K medicine, clinical research organizations supported by government-related institutions such as JCO are essential. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim. Any comment or question from the floor? Or I will ask Professor Kim. He's in charge of a whole national cancer program, and he might have some
comment or answer to Professor Min-chan Kim's some last words.
Thank you. I work in National Cancer Center, and I also as a director of Innovation Strategy Office. I'm in charge person to collaborate with the government and support the research in my nations. So we increase the cancer research, clinical cancer research, and we improve our setting to how the quality and the amount of research funds in the world, in nations, but many limitations we still have.
Yeah.
So about the surgery research, we try with our director of research centers named Professor Young Kim to find and make a new fund for regional surgery research, but we failed. But we will try again. And still, Korean research fund is very highly increased in basic research, but clinical research fund is still have many shortages. We need to improve about this like fund, make together. Thank you.
Yeah. Professor Terashima, could you make some comments on, from your point of view, you have been chair for the JCOG,
I see.
so you know, as you introduced different dynamics in Japan. Any advice or comments?
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kim, for a wonderful lecture. So, and not only the fund, but also the infrastructure is very important. So we JCOG have a big data center, and they control the protocol and the data management and also the statistics. It is very important. So you have to have such kind of the headquarters for the data management and quality of clinical trials, and then so get some fund to promote research innovatively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I remember Dr. Fukuda of Data Center. He was like a policeman of a notorious, I'm sorry, but among the very strict. So that helped the quality control in Japanese many
from
studies.
the outside of the study group, somebody can watch and see. It's very important.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. So now, Professor Kim, could you introduce the next speaker? Yeah.
I'm Tae-Young Kim, medical oncologist, Seoul Internationnal Hospital. I'm very happy to introduce Samuel Kremner. Dr. Kremner received his degree at UMass Medical School, and he had internship residency in the Brigham Women's Hospital and he had a fellowship at Israel Diaconess Medical Center. He was an assistant professor, University of California, Irvine, and the Sinai Medical Center, and he Professor columnar members Faculty of Medicine, MGH. He is now Associate Professor Hematology Oncology, MGH Harvard Medical School. He will talk about role of circulating tumor DNA in future oncology practice. Please.
Hello, my name is Sam Klempner. I'm a GI medical oncologist at Mass General Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to talk today about the role of circulating tumor DNA in the future of oncology practice. I'd also specifically like to thank Dr. Jae-Yoon Lee for her years of collaboration and friendship, and look forward to the next time we see each other. Here are my disclosures. So I'm going to briefly cover a refresher on ctDNA. I'm sure it's a topic well known to this audience. Then I'll talk a little bit about current roles and future roles of cell-free DNA. I think it's important that we all start from a shared knowledge base. So I apologize if this is a little bit rudimentary to start, and then we'll dig in a little bit deeper into some of the details. I think we all have come to recognize over the years that peripheral blood is a rich source of material. This can be genetic material. There are multiple potential plasma analytes. Several of the people in this symposium have worked on many of them. Cell-free DNA, of course, comes from multiple sources, mainly from white blood cell turnover. Cell-free DNA that's related to tumor is, of course, a very small minority, highlighted by the green fish here. There is circulating tumor RNA, there are circulating tumor cells, there are circulating tumor proteins, exosomes, etc. There are several factors that influence detection. Of course, abundance of the analyte is critical, the platform applied, but also clinical pathologic characteristics. For example, in GI cancers, we've learned that diffuse type gastric cancers tend to shed slightly less. Patients with peritoneal disease tend to have less shedding into the peripheral blood. So there are a lot of other factors, burden of disease, liver metastases, etc. Beyond the plasma, there are multiple sources of liquid biopsy. I think plasma is the most commonly utilized platform that we think of, but any liquid source, CSF, saliva, pleural fluid, ascites, which is an area I know several people here are interested in, stool and urine have all been investigated. I think it's very important to highlight this topic. We all know that tumor cells accumulate genomic alterations over time, but as we age, our normal cells accumulate somatic genomic alterations over time, and it's highlighted over here on the cartoon on the left. Since peripheral blood cell, white blood cells are the main source of somatic DNA in the periphery, we see that these somatic changes, clonal hematopoiesis, etc., accumulate as we get older and are detected. And in fact, in some earlier papers dating back to 2019, actually a large portion of mutations picked up in the plasma from ctDNAs may actually be white blood cell derived. So the majority of assays now use matched genomic DNA from white blood cells to essentially subtract out the normal and enhance the specificity and the calling of tumor-derived DNA. This is really important, and I'll just highlight a few examples throughout the talk. This is the CRITICS trial, which many people are familiar with. It's a gastric cancer trial, primarily looking at the addition of postoperative chemo and radiation after neoadjuvant chemo. But here I'm showing the plasma was collected at baseline, post-chemotherapy, and then post-surgery. And what you see on the curves here, if you don't filter out white blood cell genetic material, the variants you detect, you actually no longer have statistical significance between patients that have variants detected and non-detected. This is not significant. However, when you enhance the specificity by filtering out the white blood cell DNA and enhancing your confidence that this is tumor-derived material, this now becomes the widely separate curves that we're accustomed to seeing in these cell-free DNA papers, where patients with residual variants after surgery or after preoperative chemotherapy have substantially shorter event-free survival and overall survival. So this is essentially now a feature of all assays. I'm going to mostly be speaking through the lens of a GI oncologist, but certainly this is applicable to all cancers. And for this symposium, certainly stomach cancer is a very common cancer in Korea that you all have much more experience than us here in the US, and I'm just taking the WHO rates over here on the right. So that was a brief refresher. Now I'm going to move on to talking about the current roles for cell-free DNA in oncology practice. So there's actually multiple established roles, and some of this we'll go through quickly and some will spend a little bit more time. But certainly, starting out in localized disease, the role here is increasing. The most well-studied applications are metastatic disease, examining treatment response, looking for mechanisms of resistance, and biomarker characterization. These are just two graphs from now somewhat older review, but a nice review that still is applicable, just highlighting the potential paradigms where cell-free DNA can be applied to oncology practice. Particularly notable is this idea of assessing heterogeneity, where mutations arise, particularly in the presence of a therapeutic pressure from a targeted therapy, where it's often a subclonal event or a tissue-specific event, and that is not well captured on biopsies, which of course sample only the area where the needle goes. So we'll start by talking a little bit about localized disease, and I'll use esophagogastric cancers as an example. We know from multiple trials of surgery versus perioperative therapy and multiple other trials that unfortunately the majority of our patients do still recur despite neoadjuvant or perioperative therapies. There is this window after definitive therapy where certainly some patients develop radiographic metastatic disease early, and this is multiple billions of tumor cells. And then there are some patients who are cured who truly have negative tests because they have no disease. And then there's this group of minimal residual disease, some of whom are detectable by ctDNA. Those would be the MRD positive patients. And some of them are not detectable. This could be because of very low levels of the analyte, or they currently have no active disease. And this sets up a situation where in those MRD positive patients, we can ask the clinical question, can we cure these patients? If we introduce therapy here or change the monitoring, can we alter the disease biology? And these are some of the future applications which we'll be talking about. Just to highlight an application in localized disease, this is a paper in gastric cancer that simply asked the question of looking at cell-free DNA after definitive upfront surgery. So these were all patients who got upfront surgery. And then these authors looked at the presence of cell-free DNA after surgery based on baseline and then after post-surgery adjuvant therapy. And you see that post-surgery, but pre-adjuvant chemotherapy, if you were ctDNA positive after surgery, suggesting the surgery did not remove all disease, you had an extremely high rate of recurrence. In fact, everybody recurred. This approaches the x-axis down here. Same thing, if you are still positive after the completion of adjuvant chemotherapy after definitive curative intent surgery, all these patients recurred. These are small numbers, but it does give us some insight into the performance of cell-free DNA in GI cancers. Notably, at baseline, they were able to detect circulating tumor DNA in 45% of patients, which suggests we can potentially implement this clinically. This is white blood cell filtered to remove CHIP and somatic alterations. Roughly 20% of patients after surgery were still ctDNA positive. So these are some of the benchmarks that we can think about when we're developing ctDNA-derived or designed trials, which we'll be discussing later on. And importantly, and something that's been seen in multiple tumors, is that as we have these very sensitive tests, there can be a substantial lead time between the detection of cell-free DNA and the actual radiographic recurrence of metastatic disease. In this case, it was 6 months. One of our fellows, took a similar approach, looking at a tumor-informed assay. So this is a whole exome-derived assay based on the resection or the pretreatment biopsy, and then clonal variants are identified from whole exome and tracked in the blood. And so we looked at ctDNA after curative intent therapy. This could be neoadjuvant or perioperative therapy. And similar to the prior paper, essentially everyone who was ctDNA positive at one point recurred. And then we looked specifically at patients who had an MRD window, and we felt that this was clinically relevant because, again, I'm using gastroesophageal cancers as an example, but after, let's say, neoadjuvant therapy, there is a window. Let's use Checkmate 577 as an example, where neoadjuvant chemoradiation is a more common practice for esophageal cancer in the United States. These patients go to surgery, and then in the Checkmate 577 trial, they had up to 16 weeks before they were randomized to nivolumab or placebo. And this we defined as the MRD window. And again, we showed that patients who were ctDNA positive in this MRD window, shown here on the right, also had an exceptionally high rate of recurrence. And this is essentially universally shown now across multiple tumors. This is a really wonderful review, now less than a year old, from Maximilian Dean and the group at Stanford, looking at the performance of MRD tests across multiple tumors and the method. And you see that the sensitivity here remains largely in the 40 to 70% range. So there is still room to improve upon these tests for sensitivity of detection at MRD landmark analysis and as surveillance tests. Certainly, the sensitivity with surveillance as we have multiple time points improves substantially, as you can see comparing these two columns. So now we'll move into metastatic disease briefly. Certainly, we know that one known application for cell-free DNA is the definition of heterogeneity. Again, I use GI cancers here to highlight inter and intratumoral heterogeneity, where we see if you were to biopsy multiple sites and compare them, there's often discordance in the molecular features, particularly among receptor tyrosine kinase amplifications, HER2, for example, EGFR, MET, etc. So tissue concordance is a problem and often underestimates the heterogeneity, whereas ctDNA, as you can see in the far right column, can actually capture heterogeneity because it's capturing shed from multiple metastatic sites. We do know that cell-free DNA and circulating tumor DNA can be used to inform prognosis. So ctDNA can be used as a surrogate for disease burden. So if you look at the upper left, this is simply asking a question of amount of cell-free DNA measured by maximum variant allele frequency by number of disease sites as a surrogate for disease burden. So the more sites, the more cell-free DNA in general. There is differential shedding. And again, I call your attention to a common problem in GI cancers in the bottom left with an arrow highlighting that patients with peritoneal only or peritoneal predominant disease had very little peripheral blood shedding of cell-free DNA, which begs the question of, could we analyze the acidic fluid, for example, for circulating tumor DNA? We do know that more cell-free DNA is associated with a worse prognosis. Again, this may be a surrogate for tumor burden. If you look at the two curves on the right, you see, particularly in the lower right from a recent paper in Nature Medicine, that patients who had more than one circulating tumor DNA alteration detected in lung cancer had a particularly inferior outcomes. More and more, we're using cell-free DNA for response assessment. Again, you could insert your tumor of interest in the title of this slide. Again, I'm using gastric cancer and GE junction as an example. But if you look at the correlation between circulating tumor DNA decrease in radiographic response, it's quite good. And in fact, here the lead time from ctDNA progression to RECIST progression, so asking the other question, if your ctDNA is rising, are you destined to progress? Here it was about a month, a little more than a month preceded radiographic progression. And this was not a perfect study, but certainly highlights some early biomarker utility. And over in the bottom right, you see that patients who had a greater than 50% decline at week 9 had a much improved survival, suggesting response to therapy. Again, in the current applications, we know that cell-free DNA can be used for assessing drug resistance. This is just an example. The one on the left is from a nice case report from Dr. Lee and her group, looking at MET evolution of resistance, showing dramatic response, and then unfortunately widespread progression. And on the right is from a paper from our group looking at FGFR2 altered gastric cancer over time using a rapid autopsy program to compare to cell-free DNA as well. So we talked about current uses, and in the last 5 or 6 minutes, I'm going to move on to new uses. So one of the futures is early cancer detection. I think there's many people working on this field. And one of the more promising methods is fragmentomes. So looking at the fragmentation of normal cell-free DNA derived from aging white blood cells and white blood cell turnover, comparing to circulating tumor-derived DNA, we see there's significantly shorter fragment lengths. So you can do low-pass whole genome sequencing in the plasma to find these regions. Here are highlighted from a recent paper, actually a couple years old now, showing that the normal versus the gastric cancer, this is an area of enriched for this fragment, suggesting cancer-derived. And this can be combined with circulating tumor DNA assays using next-generation sequencing platforms to improve the sensitivity for early detection. This was actually recently shown quite nice in a paper from Cancer Discovery that was just published a couple days ago, looking at screening and surveillance models based on fragmentome detection. And you can see that these models actually performed quite well in identifying early hepatocellular carcinomas. Again, if you look at stage, there is an improvement in the performance by a more advanced stage, but sure enough, across the models, they had pretty good performance at a high specificity. Methylated DNA is, of course, another difference. Methylation profiles are quite different between normal and cancer-derived circulating DNA methylation fragments. This is not dependent on mutations, which often occur later in carcinogenesis, where methylation is an early event, so it may improve detection of early cancers. You can see here on the bottom right clear differences between healthy controls and early stage pancreatic cancer. And this is actually moving forward in some early detection assays. One I'll highlight here in a paper that just came out, again, a couple days ago, looking at an important question of, from the same samples, comparing multiple platforms. So targeted sequencing, whole genome bisulfate sequencing, which is a methylation platform. And this was asking questions of what has the best sensitivity? What is the best for localizing the source of the cancer? So if you're going to do an early detection test, ideally you'd want to know what tissue was the origin and where this might be coming from. This is a very large study from Dr. Charles Swanton and the GRAIL group, and I would encourage anyone interested in the topic to read this, but it suggests that at a very high specificity, we still have room to go. You see the sensitivity here is still relatively low. This is across multiple stages of cancer, so that needs to be considered. But methylation actually emerged as the preferred platform and is the backbone of the GRAIL test and some other multi-cancer early detection tests. Another important future role I think we need to consider is refining our staging. So currently we stage based on TNM, as everybody knows, but I would argue that perhaps in the future we need to think about staging based on ctDNA incorporation. It's a strong independent prognostic factor. And so I'd ask the question of, if we have a T3N2 tumor, that is ctDNA positive, does that patient really have the same prognosis as a T3N2 ctDNA negative cancer? And there are some small studies that suggest that these actually behave differently. So I think a future role will be staging. Another future role is going to be refining our response biomarkers. This is quite a nice study looking, again, very relatively recent, looking at incorporating ctDNA along with other clinical analytes. And the take-home message is that early changes in circulating tumor DNA, when incorporated with other things, such as tissue-based assays, can improve the performance of response prediction. Finally, novel trial designs. Certainly, using ctDNA as an early response biomarker to actually guide randomized dose increases or dose de-escalation is an attractive regimen. And then in non-metastatic patients, you can envision trials in which patients clear ctDNA and are randomized to surveillance, so potentially an organ-sparing approach versus surgery, which would be the standard. And if you don't clear your ctDNA, maybe you need treatment intensification. This is just one example showing that these trials are now starting to emerge. This is the C-TRACK trial in breast cancer, which was just reported. It suggests feasibility, but doesn't really establish that action based on ctDNA can improve outcomes. Finally, here are my summary slides for review. I think this is a wonderful topic. I think it will continue to emerge. Benchmarking and comparison studies are still needed. We have very few studies comparing one platform to another. Multiple feature tests, so merging and integrating ctDNA and protein and radiology, etc., may ultimately win out. We need to have a very good sensitivity at a high specificity for early detection tests. And there are certainly numerous opportunities to incorporate this into trials, including as a novel endpoint itself, such as ctDNA decreased by more than 50% as the actual endpoint. So I'd like to thank you all for your time, and I look forward to the question and answer. Thank you again.
Thank you for all your beautiful lectures. Any comment, any question on floor? Professor Columnar, I have a quick question, one quick question. Many researchers and clinicians are so interested in cancer immunology and using immune checkpoint inhibitors in their patients. But we don't know always the tumor mutational burden in our patient. So many physicians try to proceed biopsy and to do NGS in their tumor biopsy. So we are not always possible to do this. So many physicians try to do ctDNA to assess tumor mutational burden. What do you think about the role of ctDNA in assessing tumor mutational burden?
Maybe Professor Lee, you can answer.
Yeah.
Maybe then maybe we move
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
next speaker because Professor Lee is waiting. Okay, now it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Jian Lee. She is one of the most important faculty at the Samsung Medical Center. She is a director of Experimental Therapeutics Development Center. Also, she is a director of a Precision Oncology Center. And she has been faculty at the Samsung Medical Center, Sungkyunkwan University since 2005. And so her topic is about cancer genome immune mapping and the future immunotherapy. Professor Lee.
Thank you for your kind introduction. My name is Jian Lee. I work at Samsung Medical Center, and I see, I'm an oncologist, so I see metastatic cancer patients. And in this presentation, what I wanted to share was I guess, our vision of how, as a physician, could help and guide effective immunotherapy for each patient. So I'm at the age of 51, and I am a privileged generation for oncology to experience two paradigm shifts in the past 2 decades. So first paradigm shift was the era of molecular targeted agents. If you look at Time, Forbes, and US News in 2002 and 2003, there were, we won the war against cancer. There were miracle pills. Here's a magic bullet for you. This is for the molecular targeted agents like imatinib, Gleevec, Iressa. And since then, hundreds of molecular targeted agents have been approved by FDA for in about 15 years. And as you can see, the process of getting FDA approval for each drug has been accelerated each time. So it takes about 2 to 3 years. If your drug is effective, then you can get approved for certain genomic aberration. And for us, Korea, I think we are second or third country to actually implement NGS as part of clinical practice globally. So since 2017, NGS has been implemented and reimbursed by our insurance system, which was a pleasant surprise. And it really has accelerated the number of treatment options for our patients. For us, for Samsung Medical Center, we test about 200 to 300 patients per month just for tissue NGS, and we are trying to expand this into cell-free DNA space as well. So what's next beyond NGS tissue? I think some portion of single cell is going to be there, and some of multiplex immunohisto, some of the AI assisted prediction will be there, and some of the proteomic prediction will be there in the past, in the next 5 years. So, and while we were understanding NGS, as a clinician, when you look at NGS for the first time, it's hard to digest. While we were doing that, second paradigm shift has happened during my career. So why Dr. Honjo and Dr. Allison, who developed anti-PD-1 therapy, has received a Nobel Prize in 2018 because they made a drug that resulted in a paradigm shift. So what does paradigm shift mean? It means that it lifted the survival curve upwards and plateaued. If you look at here, it plateaued. What does it mean? It means that some of the patients are actually cured or controlled by immunotherapy for a long time. So I know this immune cycle is, looks complicated, but actually it's not that complicated compared to NGS, I think. So this is a tumor here. This is the tumor cell here, and tumor cells secrete antigens. It's called neoantigens. Dendritic cells pick it up. They go to lymph nodes, draining lymph nodes, and prime CTLs, cytotoxic T cells, and we need blood vessels to get into the tumor back, and then the tumor-specific T cells get to kill tumors within the tumor cells. So what does this mean? It means that the cycle has to go round and round and round. Only one cycle completion will not kill the tumor. So every cycle needs to be intact and healthy. And Dr. Honjo, he developed a drug by just inhibiting this one block here, PD-L1 and PD-1. So many targets that need to be developed along the cycles. And where does gastric cancer stand? Gastric cancer, it is very important to actually, I think for clinicians to understand what gastric cancer is and what the tumor biology is. TCGA in 2014 published 4 subtypes: SYN, genomically stable, EBV subtype, and MSI high. So back then in 2014, there were, some negative feedbacks for the TCGA genomic mapping. Why do we need to spend so much money on genomic sequencing and not benefit our patients? But as history tells itself, after a decade, we all learned that understanding genome was important, and EBV positive and MSI high patients are actually, some of the patients are cured. And oncologists never say cure, but I am pretty comfortable to say that this patient was cured by just pembrolizumab alone. Pembrolizumab is a PD-1, PD-L1 blocker, so you're just lifting a lock from T cells around the tumor. So if that negative axis is lifted, then your T cells are actually infiltrating into the tumor and killing the tumor. And this patient was a third-line patient. And if you look at the CT, multiple and disseminated liver metastasis, your day doesn't go by without morphine injection. The patient was enrolled onto pembrolizumab trial here. The patient has complete remission after 2 years. And what was really striking to me was that after stopping the drug in 2018, so it's been 4 years now, the patient is not receiving any drug since then, but the patient is still in remission state, which means that the patient has memory T cells in his system. So if you have cancer cells popping up, you have memory T cells, so you have your immune system to clear the tumor cells. So unfortunately, not all patients have MSI high type of tumor for gastric cancer, but we have to study this patient really hard. What are the factors that are making this complete remission? And our goal is to do an immune genome mapping of patients so that we could turn non-MSI high patients into MSI high type of patients, so we could increase the cure rate for metastatic gastric cancer patients. I'm going to skip the clinical trial part. So tumor immune profiles, what does MSI high look like? It looks like this. You have chunk of tumor and you have T cells that are infiltrated into the tumors. So these are the ones that are likely to respond to immunotherapy. So what we are just doing is you're lifting up this lock so they could be activated again and kill your tumor. So it is actually your T cells killing your tumor by pembrolizumab or nivolumab. And MSI high and EBV belongs to this category. For immune excluded, you have immune cells here, but it's not infiltrated into the tumor. So if you lift the PD-1, PD-L1 axis, they don't just, they have hard time infiltrating into the tumor. So you need other combination therapy like chemotherapy, and other targeted agents. Immune desert, these are actually 40% of our patients are immune desert patients. In Korea, for gastric cancer patients, I think 45% of our patients are signet ring cells. So those are the ones that don't have immune cells around the tumor or near the tumor. So you need other strategies. If you look at the recent review paper, each cancer has different immunoprofiles, so this is really getting complicated. In the NGS era, tumor was the only aspect that mattered for oncologists, but now you have to think about tumor environment and tumor infiltrating lymphocytes or myeloid cells to treat patients. But anyhow, for breast cancer, melanoma, pancreatic, each have different lineage of lymphoid cells or myeloid cells. And for gastric cancer, you have high T cells. And if you have high T cells, they tend to survive better. If you have high M2 cells, you tend to have poor prognosis. So when you design a drug or trial for immunotherapy, you have to think about cancer itself and infiltrating cells that are near the cancer, and you have to think about patient as well. So it has to be holistic approach, because if you look at COVID-19, each of us respond differently to same COVID-19 infection, which means that it is the host factor that's reacting to the immunotherapy. So, host factor, the patient needs to be in a medical fit position at the time of immunotherapy. And also, the tumor cell needs to have good immune cells infiltrated into the tumor. So if you lift this up, your cells are activated to kill your tumor cells. That's how it works so far. And just for your information, I know we talked about quality of life versus longevity of life in our previous session. If you look at the mental stress here, if you are under chronic mental stress, it is equivalent to getting low-dose steroid for 3 or 4 months. And you get high levels of TSC2 D3 expression. This was published in Nature several months ago. So if you're under a chronic mental stress, you will have poor response to ICIs, immunotherapy. And if you have low muscle mass, which is called sarcopenia, you will not respond to immunotherapy. And to complicate this even more, there's a circadian rhythm for immunotherapy. So if you get immunotherapy injected at night, it doesn't work as much as when you get it in the morning. Anyhow, and there's microbiome, so maintaining gut immune axis is important as well. So for immunotherapy, I think what changed the most for us and in practice is that you have to think about tumor, but you also have to talk about host, understand the host factor. And, if you look at the area of box in this review, it's actually the same. So tumor and host. Okay, so and in each tumor, there are different components like fibroblasts, ETLs, dendritic cells, and TAMs, and there are good cells here and bad cells here. And some of the tumors do have bad cells, so immunotherapy doesn't work. This is and it can be visualized. The imaging is so advanced that it can be visualized at single cell level with like 20 to 100 biomarkers now. That is called multiplex immunohistochemistry. So I think that's going to be part of our practice in the next 5 or 10 years, maybe. And also, if you just look at this figure here, even if you have immune depleted subtype, after chemotherapy, it changes into either immune enriched or fibrotic. So what does this mean clinically? It means that you need to get biopsy and actually characterize holistically whether your tumor is prone to be responsive to immunotherapy. Lastly, so what are we doing to make this better? We are actually trying to do a immune genome mapping and also mapping the host immune factor as well. I hope in one day we'll have index provided to clinicians, like you have a low level of muscle mass, you have a good level of immune. Right now, we are just guessing based on clinical experience, but it has to be provided in number in the near future. And also, getting biopsies and characterizing tumor environment as well as tumor sequencing is important to get this cycle going, to get this tumor flopped and disappeared, like the patient that I showed you a few slides ago. So each cycle is need to be understood and defined by clinicians so that we can get more effective drugs. I will skip that part. And this is just to show you how many trials that are ongoing. If you have interest, then you could take a look at this review. A lot of clinical trials are ongoing with T cells and T cell engagers and K cell engagers in different solid tumor types. So Dr. Raghav Sundar, who I work with in Singapore, I think if you need to understand the immune, this is a Singapore MRT map. It's like 지하철 map in Korea. This is what bulk RNA sequencing gives you. It gives you a a dimmed view of what the tumor looks like. But if you do single cell sequencing, it gives you a better map. I think this was a good analogy. And if you do a single cell spatial profiling, it gives you a better map of precise map of what this looks like. So without clinicians' effort, it is hard to get this mapping into the drug development system. So this is where we are working together with our surgeons and even thoracic surgeons. So what they, lastly, I say one of the platform projects that we are working on, we are profiling tumor normal and lymph node immunomapping so that we understand what. So in TCGA, to make it simple, TCGA only sequence tumor, but now we need to sequence and understand what tumor looks like, what adjacent normal looks like, distant normal looks like, and what lymph node looks like in terms of immunomapping to make a better drug and increase the cure rate for cancer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very updated new horizon in oncology treatment. And Flo, any question, comment? Dr. Lee, when we look at, you showed each tumor site, different immunologic mapping, esophageal, gastric, colorectal, all three are same GI cancer. But how come it's completely different?
Yeah.
Colorectal is a very immunogenic, esophageal is almost a zero, gastric is somewhere between. How we can explain this?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, but I don't have an answer to that question. But what I know is I see colorectal cancer patients too. They are built to have immune system because they're pathway for feces, but they're tolerant immune cells because if you don't have tolerant to immune cells, you have IBD or Crohn. So they have a different mechanism for immunotherapy. So if we understand that better, then we could increase the response rate to immunotherapy.
How about you experienced a paradigm shift, first, second. Now, any expectation of a third paradigm shift?
Paradigm shift? I don't know, but some people, MZ or youngsters, I think they think that big data is a paradigm shift. Some think that it is digital health that'll be, but I don't. For cancer, I think it's gonna stay there for a while, like this.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much for your excellent lectures and lecture purposely.
It's my pleasure to introduce Takayuki Yoshino. Dr. Yoshino graduated National Defense Medical College and resident training on the same hospital, and he had a residency and a training in the staff physicians division of digest endoscopy gastrology, National Cancer Center Hospital East, and the chief. He is now deputy director, Department of Drug Development Promotion, and the director, Department of Data Science, National Cancer Center Hospital East. He will talk about Scrum Japan Monster Screen Adaptive Platform to accelerate precision oncology innovations. Dr. Yoshino, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Takayuki Yoshino, a medical oncologist working with National Cancer Center Hospital East in Japan. It's a great honor to be here. And then my topics here, Scrum Japan Monster Screen Adaptive Platform, accelerated precision oncology innovation, current achievement, and perspective. This is my COI. Please take a moment to review my conflict of interest. This is the agenda in my talk. Firstly, I would love to talk about Scrum Japan outline and achievement. This project was started 2015, nationwide cancer genome screening project. The data center administrative office located in National Cancer Center Hospital East. Many pharmaceutical companies, international, as well as domestic company also be joining, and more than 200 hospitals joining in this project. Shipping the material to the central vendor, CLIA certified, CAPA accredited laboratory in the United States and Japan. The all raw data will be provided to the center, and then PDF reported provided to treating physician, and then treating physician go to the informed consent from the patient to the matched therapy. This platform currently the 7 years past, and then the very biggest platform in the world. As of 2020, our achievement shown here, 70,000 NGS tests, more than 200 hospitals joining, the 70 pharmaceutical involved, more than 600 patients enrolled clinical trial, more than 50 clinical trials ongoing and completed, 9 approved drugs, 9 companion diagnosis support. Right side, you can see drug approval contribution by GN screen as a representative one, you can see here. More breakdown, our team, Godzilla and Monster Screen. Our group originally started GI cancer. However, recently a change from tissue-based NGS to liquid one, and then expanded from GI cancer to all solid tumor. And recently, we are conducting multiomics in addition to DNA sequencing, and also be both tissue and liquid, both. And they also assess that the multiplex ISC and the tumor microenvironment as well. So multiomics group with AI. In addition, we also conducted many investigator-initiated trials. Left side, upper 5-6 trials showing the tumor-specific one. But at the bottom, you can see noted that tumor-agnostic approach for all solid tumor. In addition, parallel, we also established that external control, named as the Scrum Japan Library, patients who received the standard care and then prospectively collected the data with the orphan fractionated cancer subtypes. And then the two trial data and the external control data, both composite, we become the submission to the regulatory and then got the regulatory approval from the government. What is the important element to maintain such a genomic screen platform? There are many trials needed, but eventually overall high hit rate, a quick turnaround time between the informed consent enrolled in the molecularly matched trial, actionable target treated with best-in-class therapy, and a dynamic trial structure allowing opening and closing of treatment cohort based on the best available science. Flexibility to maximize academia biopharma partnership depending on the target, financial sustainability. This is one of the important representative case, HER2 targeting the HER2 positive colon cancer. Central assessment both in the tissue-based and the liquid-based one, and then in this trial alone, patient who identified HER2 positive by liquid or the solid. The patient who received pertuzumab trastuzumab combination as investigator-initiated trial. Then this is the result shown here. The patient who identified by tissue HER2 positive, response rate 30%, 20% ctDNA testing, then very similar, consistent result. In addition, patient who received standard care so that the TAS-102 or regorafenib, no response as a prospective scrum-Japan leslie. This package also be important. Then we got the regulatory approval, March 2022. This is a worldwide first approval drug for the HER2 targeting therapy. In addition, we also have the many large database combining clinical data and genomic data. So enable cross-search among the different databases. This is one of the examples that which is the best platform liquid or tissue in all solid tumors, gastrointestinal tumors. And these data also published in 2020 Nature Medicine. You can see success rate, liquid or more finer. In addition, trial enrollment in patient with actionable duration, you can see 10% by liquid, only 4% tissue screening. In addition to that, interval between enrollment to genotyping study matched clinical trial by tissue around median 6 months. But you can see here, because of the quick turnaround time, less than around 1 month, significantly shorter. Looking at the response and the progression-free survival, you can see no clear difference. So without compromising efficacy, liquid biopsy enable more patients to match therapy in GI cancer. So global also collaboration also be important to promote each platform because the Colomate is a spin-out program from SWOG in the United States. It's a challenge to maintain this platform. So we will conducting the paper and then also be editorial each other. This effort also boost each other platform. In addition, important issues that the guideline establishment. For example, the HER2 positive colorectal cancer definition is needed so that it is also be published in international collaboration. In addition, there are tumor agnostic precision medicine. So this is the first guideline for the tumor agnostic precision oncology, collaborating Japan Society, Taiwan, ESMO, ASCO, and this society, the chaired by ourselves. In addition, the value of the monitoring by liquid, we don't know, that is not established yet. So we will conducting the 1,000 level pre and post treatment, then prospectively collected systemic chemo, and then also we will be conducting a microbiome assessment to assess the temporal change in cancer biomarkers through the systemic therapy. At this moment, our treatment, reactive treatment for the secondary register, you can see if the patient who received the treatment A and the ctDNA analysis, and then got the gene X as a resistance mechanism by the ctDNA analysis. Then we will change the treatment, the X inhibitor or staged combination, X inhibitor plus treatment A. This is the current way. However, now we are establishing an AI-based prediction of the secondary resistant gene X before the treatment of A by the artificial intelligence. When we will establish this algorithm, we will start treatment A plus X inhibitor, preemptive treatment for the secondary resistance. This is also a breakthrough in the near future. So move forward to the next topic, the cyclic Japan. This is our total scheme of the cyclic Japan, around the 5,200 patients targeted. And then enrollment patient here, clinical stage 2, 3, 4, resectable colorectal cancer. And then we also conducting the whole exome sequencing, both blood and the tissue, and then create the customized bespoke panel each patient, and then check the MRD status regularly up to 2 years. And the patient who had the ctDNA negative at the post-operative 4 weeks, randomize the patient CAPOX 3 months standard of care versus no chemo. So no inferiority matter in a phase 3 fashion. This also be the 1,240 patients enrolled, named as a beggar. And then if the ctDNA positive at any time during the first 2 years, a patient who received the CAPOX as an adjuvant, as a standard of care, but still positive without any recurrence by imaging, randomize the patient, FTD-TPA versus placebo as a phase 3 fashion in Japan, the Taiwan collaboration in the phase 3 trial. The patient 240 will be enrolled, named as the Altai study. This is the first report, the first 400 patients in Galaxy, the observational study. And then you can see here that each patient selecting the 16 gene. However, 75 patients were selected, only 1 patient. This is also the ultimate bespoke panel. And then you can see here that only 3% had more than 4 or 5 patients more selected same gene. This is also, I believe that bespoke custom panel also be important. Looking at the MRD positive rate, you can see even in stage 1, 80% preoperatively, but after the surgery, you can see that around 6%. However, MRD positive rate post-operatively gradually increased by stage. You can see. So that this is first report, DFS by post-operative whole week one shot, ctDNA status. You can see negative patient. 1 year DFS 95%, while around 50% the ctDNA positive post-op whole weeks. Hazard ratio 30.3. Updated findings will be available Nature Medicine January next year. So you can see also we find that also that the dynamics 4 weeks to 12 weeks important. Negative patient, positive to negative is a good prognosis. However, positive, negative to positive is that bad prognosis. So negative is that good prognosis. Positive is a bad prognosis with a hazard ratio 15.8. So a patient who had an MRD positive patient who received the adjuvant chemo, you can see here that at the 6 months time point, you can see 70% of the patient had the clearance from the MRD positive to negative, while only 10% of the patient turned negative without any adjuvant chemo. So the hazard ratio 9.3. This is the first data, the dynamics of the ctDNA change by the but visually. In addition to that, the patient who showed that the ctDNA negative post-operatively, you can see patient who received adjuvant, who don't receive adjuvant, survival curve very similar. So in the near future, I believe that in some stage, the ctDNA negative post-operative whole week, and then we don't need it, no adjuvant in some stage. And then negative positive, we will start adjuvant from the 3 months post-operatively. And then positive patient, we must conduct the adjuvant. But the kind of negative, we will stop or the continue adjuvant 6 months. And also positive means that the refractory to current adjuvant. So switch to another treatment in the metastatic setting. This is the future proposal of the CTD guided treatment decision. So move forward to the beyond genomics in the advanced stage once again. So AI-driven multi-omics reveal what is actually happening in tissue cells as well as tumor microenvironment, clarify more molecular blueprint. AI-driven multi-omics analysis identify candidate multidimensional biomarker, so beyond single biomarker. So we are now currently shift from the genomics to multi-omics with AI. Looking at the current development anti-cancer drug, the second generation shown here, ADC, BITE, CAR-T, Wells, and then current one is an expression-driven TME targeted precision oncology from the previous one. So we are now moving toward the monster screen 2. We'll be conducting that by using the tumor sample and the blood sample. You can see whole exome, whole transcriptome, IHC, multiplex IHC both, and then also we will be conducting that liquid biopsy test, whole exome, whole transcriptome, buff equals whole exome sequencing to clarify that the clonal hematopoiesis as well as the validation of the hereditary tumors. And also the proteomics also be important. And then there is also composite data important by AI multiomics-based precision oncology establishment in the near future. And then this is also with another way, the similar data monster screen to architecture. Patient also be conducting the longitudinal testing before treatment, after treatment, and then we will conduct such a comprehensive testing before sample, the after sample both, and then we'll also be collecting the clinical data. Our current achievement, 99.9% that the follow-up rate for the clinical data. And also this is also be the breakdown, the whole exome transcriptome with buff equal analysis just started already 1 month ago, and then also be including that several factors shown here, and the genomic signature should also be available. In addition to that, the validation of the hereditary tumor project also be ongoing, and then we will soon got the regulatory approval by this the validation study, the multi-gene panel for the hereditary tumor validation. The data also be important both patient and the first-degree relatives as well. This is also the multi-omics IHC test. You can see T-cell, macrophage, and also with the inflammation stromal component and the MDSC. We will also be conducting automatically automated the system using the IHC study. So these are our data set, whole exome, whole transcriptome, localization analysis, have these trilateral analysis data set will become a powerful research resource. So that our data set base are currently expanded around 1 petabyte. And then this data also be many collaborator also can use this data set towards a cutting edge clinical and basic research. And then also our National Cancer Center currently set up the supercomputer system to accelerate drug discovery clinical development platform. So finally, I would love to mention briefly about the global platform. Recently, the international collaboration, ICGC Algo, this is a million patient year of the precision oncology data collection. And then the Asian country, Korea, China, Japan, Hong Kong, also be the collaborator. Our team also be joining as a monster group. Currently, I'm an executive board member. In addition, a clinical matter data working group chair. This is the most important group in the ICGC Algo. So that the other member also be joining pathology working group, ethical policy and the governance. So this our global collaboration is huge toward the expansion of the facilitation of the best precision oncology in the near future. And then now the ICGC algo also be together with the Lancet Oncology. And then we established a Lancet Oncology Commission. That table is that the cancer genomics and the precision oncology to accelerate the cancer genomic research and the global transition toward the precision oncology. These efforts are very important to distribute this new knowledge to the patient. So this is a summary in this presentation. Firstly, genomics, clinical utility for analyzing ctDNA in GI cancer. International collaboration are actively ongoing. We established ctDNA analysis likely to enable more GI cancer patients to enroll the clinical trial without compromising efficacy. Beyond the genomics, we are investigating clinical utility for analyzing multiomics, including the ctDNA in all solid tumors, that is, evoking the paradigm shift from genomics to multiomics with AI toward the digital medicine. MRD space, ctDNA status has a potential to identify the subset of patients who benefit from certain systemic therapies. This is our group, name as a sponsor. And then I'm sent here. And then this our member currently expanded more than 500 physicians as well as 500 healthcare professionals. So that I always say that young doctors, let's go where no one has gone before. Thank you for the kind attention.
Dr. Yoshino cannot join us now, so I wanted to close this lecture. So I think Scrum Japan is very great work because it is not easy to perform and design like this, like Scrum Japan trials. In Korea, we have a very similar clinical study like Scrum Japan, namely Cosmos 1 and 2 trial. Like Scrum Japan, Cosmos trial is a patient had NGS and tumor molecular tumor board discuss about NGS data and patient clinical information, and MTB members make a decision to appropriate target agent based on NGS data. So I think it's our dream to do precision medicine based on the patient NGS or patient molecular subtypes. And then any other question? Any other comment, Dr. Lee? Yeah.
Okay. Then I hope all of you enjoyed this session. This session is a really cutting edge in new horizon in cancer treatment. Yes, Professor Jian Li showed us very wide exploration of genomic immunologic landscape, but Dr. Yoshino, his lecture is almost overwhelming, breathless, and really impressed today. Professor Terashima showed surgical in through JCOG. That's also very huge project supported by government, but this project, Scrum Japan, is how I just wonder how they persuade companies put the money, yeah. So probably to avoid any waste. So probably increase the effectiveness. Professor Terashima, can you comment on that? How they were able to Scrum, or just briefly? Yes. Your understanding of this activities in Japan.
Is Yoshino is not
He's
online?
not on line.
So
I'm
very
sorry.
unfortunate. So I'm not precisely, but he organized the all Japan team, Scrum Japan, and get a huge money from the company. They propose to the company with a study design, and the company agreed to the study. So they supported a lot. So that's a kind of the negotiation.
Yeah.
So because Yoshino has a very strong power in Japan. That's why I think.
Thank you very much. Probably kind of investment, but the outcome, the result, data will be shared with these investing companies. So quite nice model, probably. Yes. So I hope you once again all of you have enjoyed, and I would like to thank speakers and Dr. Taeyoung Kim for your kind cooperation. Thank you very much.
Lastly, I'd like to invite Professor Taeyoung Kim, the chairman of Korean Cancer Association. Will talk about will deliver us future perspectives of cancer research and treatment, and finally closing remarks also.
Okay, so thank you for having me in the symposium. And actually, before the closing today's symposium, actually I was asked to give you the overview of the development and the future the cancer science, but I think most of the review will be already introduced by the previous speakers, so I can go very quickly, and then I'll make some the closing remarks of today's symposium. So we know that there is some slow progress against cancer because after the adjust the cancer death rate with the population and age, the cancer death rate is declined by the 15% over 30 years. So there is a slow progress. So many factors can contribute to this the slow reduction, but the meaningful reduction of cancer mortality in the meantime. So I think the first important thing is now we better understand the complexity, genetic complexity of the cancer cell that's characterized by the multiple genetic alteration, the clonal evolution, and the heterogeneity, and also the knowledge further stimulate the development of the new anti-cancer drug. And also the prevention and screening also contribute to improve the survival. So we now better understand the carcinogenesis with the tremendous development of sequencing technology, and also the cost has become more and more affordable. So now we are almost approaching to $100 for the genome analysis, and this technique actually has led to the explosion of the cancer genome data, such as TCGA and ICGC and etc. So all together, we now have more than 200,000 cancer genome the analysis, and all the data is actually open for the cancer research. So we know through with this technology and the analysis of cancer cell, we now better understand the genetic complexity of a cancer cell that is characterized at the multiple activation of the signal transduction, and also the mutation of drivers in, and also diffuse widespread mutation of the passenger gene, and it eventually lead to the evolution of the multiple clone and the heterogeneity. So all are characterized the typical characteristics of the cancer, the genetic complexity, and we also have the various the technology to dissect this genetic complexity, and also we also know the emerging technology such as liquid biopsy and the single cell sequencing to tackle this genetic complexity of a cancer cell. So the surgery, RT, the chemotherapy is the main, the three pillars of cancer treatment, and then now since 2000 we have molecular target therapy as a fourth pillar, and subsequently the immunotherapy is a fifth pillar of the cancer treatment. So molecular target therapy, so far we have more than 100 FDA approved drug for over the 30 target. And the checkpoint inhibitor is one of the immunotherapy, which is to inhibit the T cell checkpoint that is activated in cancer cell, and it shows unexpectedly it shows a broad spectrum anti-tumor effect in around 20 and 25% of tumors. And so far, the checkpoint inhibitors has been approved, and this cancer immunotherapy actually they generate a huge excitement. So subsequent next generation immunotherapy, including the various cell therapy, CAR-T, vaccine, the target therapy to inhibit the checkpoint inhibitors is on the very active clinical investigation at this time. So I think this immunotherapy will shape the future of the cancer treatment. So this is just one example of the new anti-cancer agent for solid tumor that was they launched for the past 10 years. So around 150 treatment drugs or combinations are developed, and as you see here, the lung, breast, and the GI cancer is a major target of this development. But unfortunately, the neurologic cancer or sarcoma doesn't have any new effective drugs so far. So we need more research on this area. So in case of the lung cancer, which have many new targeted agent and the immunotherapy drugs, the overall survival is increased. It's more than 3 and 4 times. So definitely highlight that this new treatment is transform the patient and the outcome. So I'm going to skip this prevention and the screenings that all contribute to the improve the survival of cancer patient. So what will be the next our future of our cancer, the science and the cancer medicine for the next decade? So based on the reflecting on the 20 years the progress, the next generation, I look forward to this next generation technology. So further continuously driving the drug development and the shaping the future of cancer care. And here I described some of the new technology and the therapeutics. You already heard about the single cell and the spatial transcriptomic, the AI-based diagnosis and treatment, the liquid biopsy, the PROTAC, the ADC, CAR-T, and RNA cancer vaccine, and etc. And I'm sure all this will open a new avenue of the cancer diagnosis and the treatment in near future. So most cancer doesn't have druggable target, so that's a big issue. But the PROTAC is a proteolysis targeting chimera, which has E3 ligase ligand. So actually, this technology was developed more than 20 years ago. But after long investigation, this drug was developed, and so the androgen receptor in prostate cancer is the main driver of the prostate cancer, but that's not the druggable target. But if you use this drug, it interacts with AR, and then this AR can be proteasomally degraded with this E3 ligase activity. And this compound is currently evaluated in the phase 2 trial in the prostate cancer. So if this trial demonstrates the proof of concept, I think this PROTAC technology will open a new opportunity for drugging the undruggable target. So I'm very exciting to see the result of this trial. And also we heard several times about this liquid biopsy-based the cancer screening. So if this currently this large scale the ctDNA liquid biopsy screening trial is underway, and the preliminary data suggests some of the positive results. So I think this by using this just a simple blood test, the screening, the screening, the accessibility can be a way increased because we just use just a simple blood test. So it will change the paradigm of this cancer screening. So lastly, I want to just share how we implement this precision medicine in our patient care. So in our hospital, the tumors of advanced cancer patients are actually sequenced by the NGS panel in order to identify druggable target. So if the patient has drug target, will be allocated to receive some innovative treatment. But in other case, we try the subsequent test like liquid biopsy, the RNA sequencing, the maturation study, etc., in order to identify the other treatment targets. So I think this approach is very offers the great expect future science, but it has many challenges because of the implementation of this platform, and also the accessibility will be a big issue. But I'm sure this kind of the effort will be successfully translated into the benefit of our cancer patient. So this is my just future perspective for our cancer, the science and the cancer medicine. So to conclude today's the symposium, and I, on behalf of the Korea Cancer Association, I'd like to express my gratitude to your active participation and the contribution to this joint meeting today, and I also appreciate the invited speakers for their excellent presentation and also for the sharing their insight and knowledge with us. And I also thank our staff members for organizing this meeting. So 20 years ago in 2001, the first tyrosine kinase inhibitor Gleevec was approved for the treatment of CML and GIST. And this is the first success of developing the magic bullet against the cancer. And I'm sure our fundamental understanding of cancer biology have led the development of this life-saving treatment, resulting in the steady but meaningful reduction of cancer deaths year after year. So based on our achievement for the past 20 years and also success for the past 20 years, I feel very optimistic about our future of the cancer science and medicine, because new wave of, as you see today, new wave of the innovative, the technology and the therapeutics over the horizon, and those will fundamentally improve the cancer detection and the treatment. So Korean Cancer Association, the KCA, is the first and the largest the academic organization in the field of oncology in Korea, and KCA has dedicated to advancing all areas of the cancer research and the treatment. So I hope that this meeting will further stimulate and strengthen the collaboration between the KCA and other societies like the NAMOK and the KFCR, thereby accelerating the pace of the scientific and the clinical progress against cancer. So I'd like to thank you again, and I'm going to close today's meeting. So thank you.